Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Rule of Law for the Future conference will soon commence. Please be seated and mute your phones and electronic devices. 各位早上好，發展未來論壇即將開始，請大家盡快就座，並將手提電話及其他響鬧裝置調校到靜音嘅模式。This morning's event will be conducted in English and the afternoon session will be conducted in Cantonese with simultaneous interpretation services provided in Cantonese, Mandarin and English. For in-person participants, headsets are available at the help desk at the entrance of the hall. If you wish to have a headset now, please raise your hand and our event team will pass one to you. For online participants, you may choose the preferred language as shown on the screen by clicking on the channel directly. 今日早上嘅環節會以英語進行，而下午嘅環節將會以廣東話進行。而大會設有廣東話、普通話及英語嘅即時傳譯。在場人士可以喺會場嘅入口處領取耳機。如果你需要耳機嘅話，請舉手，我哋嘅工作人員會向你提供耳機。線上同步參與嘅人士，你可以透過直接點擊屏幕上顯示嘅頻道去選擇相關嘅語言。多謝大家。 gentlemen, welcome to the finale of the Hong Kong Legal Week 2023, the Rule of Law for the Future conference organized by the Department of Justice of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. A very warm welcome to everyone participating in today's event, both in person and online. I'm Yuki, your host for today. Let's welcome our honorable guests, the Honorable Mr. John Lee Ka-chiu, GBM, SBS, PDSM, PMSM, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mr. Liu Guangyuan, Deputy Director of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. The Honorable Mr. Paul Lam Ting Kwok, SBS SC JP Secretary for Justice of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. The Honorable Mr. Cheung Kwok Kwan, SBS JP Deputy Secretary for Justice of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, and the Honorable Mr. Justice Poon, Chief Judge of the High Court of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Before we begin the session, may I first invite Chief Executive? Yes, a round of applause, and please come up onto the stage. Our Chief Executive, Deputy Director Liu, Secretary for Justice, and Deputy Secretary for Justice to come up on stage for a group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and please take a look at our official photographer. Thank you. Please remain on stage. Please remain on stage. And may I now also invite Mr. Justice Poon, Mr. Chang Chak-ming, the President of the Law Society of Hong Kong, and Mr. Jose Antonio Marilet, SC, the Vice Chairman of the Hong Kong Bar Association, for coming onto the stage for a group photo. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Photographer. Thank you for adding colors. Thank you very much. Chief Executive, please stay on stage, and our other guests, please take a seat. It's my honor to now invite Chief Executive, the Honorable Mr. John Lee Ka-chiu, GBM, SBS, PDSM, PMSM, to deliver his opening remarks. Chief Executive, please.
Deputy Director Li Guangyuan, Honorable Mr. Justice Poon, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you today at the Rule of Law for the Future conference, the last of Hong Kong's Legal Week's 5 fruitful days of events. This year's Legal Week, I'm pleased to note, has attracted some 11,000 participants in person and online. And I know I'm speaking this morning to an audience that lives and breathes the rule of law, eminent judges and legal practitioners, distinguished business leaders engaged in the maritime and aviation sector, in finance, intellectual property, art, and numerous other businesses areas. Each and every one of you counting on the rule of law and the conference. It instills in business and investors from Hong Kong throughout the region and around the world. Connecting the world is the central theme of this year's Legal Week. And Hong Kong has what it takes to drive connectivity for the region and beyond. Under the unique one country, two systems principle, we are seamlessly connected to the world while enjoying our country's unwavering support. Our bilingual common law system, with its strong and long-standing heritage, and a judiciary that exercises its power independently, is well regarded internationally. As China's only common law jurisdiction, Hong Kong will continue to play its unique strengths and serve as the central conduit between the mainland and the rest of the world. Firmly enshrined under the Basic Law, Hong Kong's rule of law protects both businesses and the community, ensuring Hong Kong's long-term prosperity and stability. In this year's Rule of Law Index, published by the World Justice Project, Hong Kong came 23rd out of 140 countries and jurisdictions. It places itself firmly in the top quintile of the world in terms of the rule of law. Thanks to the rule of law and our sound legal system, Hong Kong has long been recognized as one of the world's freest economies. In the World Competitiveness Yearbook this year, Hong Kong is ranked as the 7th most competitive economy in the world. In the report, our ranking in business legislation came first in the world. Our acknowledged legal prowess will bring us immense opportunities. It will bring about a bright future premised on the rule of law. Hong Kong is determined to help drive the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area's international success with our established legal services. As I noted in my policy address, which I delivered 2 weeks ago, we will work to extend the adoption of Hong Kong law and the use of our dispute resolution services to mainland companies and their contacts. That's why I'm pleased to see that for the first time, exhibition booths dedicated to our legal services, as well as those of Macau and the GBA's 9 mainland cities, have been set up just outside Legal Week's main venue. The Legal Week's gateway to the opportunities in the GBA yesterday included a mock court session promoting legal regulatory connectivity among the GBA's 3 jurisdictions, Guangdong, Macau, and Hong Kong. They help to promote to the world the diverse yet complementary services our 9+2 cities could provide. The rule of law, coupled with our common law system, also makes possible Hong Kong's development as a center for international legal and dispute resolution center. Well, our services in the Asia-Pacific region are highly welcomed. It will also propel our status as an international financial, shipping, and trade center. As you know, legal organizations such as the Hague Conference on Private International Law, the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization, Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, and the International Organization for Mediation Preparatory Office have established their presence in Hong Kong. And we work hand in hand with prominent international organizations in promoting legal cooperation. The UN Commission on International Trade Law, for instance, has just held its 5th Asian Pacific Judicial Summit here on the first day of this legal week. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, showcase how Hong Kong, as a liberal city with a solid basis of the rule of law, can thrive as a platform for regional and international exchange and collaboration on jurisprudence and legal services. Opportunity is one thing. Realizing it is another thing, very entirely. For that, we need a continuing flow of talent, strategic, wide-ranging talent. In my policy address, I announced the establishment of the Hong Kong International Legal Talents Training Academy. We have the potential and the promise to rise as a regional center for capacity building. Taking good advantage of our talent base and cooperation with international organizations, we will develop practical training courses and exchange programs with countries and regions along the Belt and Road. We will also train specialists from around the world in foreign-related legal affairs and international law, common law, civil law, as well as the Chinese legal system. Speaking of nurturing talents, I'm pleased to note that a panel discussion this afternoon focuses on youth empowerment through rule of law education. Speakers will include both secondary and university students, as well as secondary school teachers and others with a professional interest in rule of law education. Of course, we all have an interest in the rule of law education. We must all work together to educate our youth and bring up our next generation to become law-abiding citizens with global perspectives, as well as a sense of affection for our country and our Hong Kong home. This future generation of talents, ladies and gentlemen, will ensure the sustainability of Hong Kong's development long down the broad road of the rule of law. I'm grateful to the Department of Justice of Hong Kong as our government for once again organizing a successful Hong Kong Legal Week. The DOJ will, I'm confident, continue to play a meaningful role in enhancing Hong Kong's connectivity at all levels, contributing to the development of our city and the country, as well as helping to build a global community with a shared future. On that note, I wish you all a rewarding conference today and the best of business and the rule of law in the coming year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Please be seated. It is my pleasure to now invite Deputy Director of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government and the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Liu Guangyuan, to deliver his opening remarks. Deputy Director Liu, please.
Honorable Chief Executive John Lee, Secretary for Justice Paul Lam, Justice Jeremy Pong, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It's my pleasure to attend the Hong Kong Legal Week 2023, Rule of Law for the Future, a grand annual event of the legal community of the Hong Kong SAR. On behalf of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR, I hereby extend my warm congratulations to the successful convocation of this event. Today's world is going through turbulence and chaos, intertwined with changes. Instability, uncertainty, and unpredictability have become a normal occurrence. How can we bring more certainty to an uncertain world and move the world towards a better future? The organizers' idea, Rule of Law for the Future, inspires us to review and reflect on the important significance of the rule of law for the world, for China, for one country, two systems. I'd like to take this opportunity to share 3 points of view. The rule of law is the greatest common ground for building a human community with a shared future. The ancient Chinese believed that law is the yardstick for measuring all things under the heaven. The rule of law is the greatest consensus among all countries in the world. 78 years ago, people across the world won an epic victory against fascism. The victory saved the future generation from the scourge of war, and laid down the cornerstone of present-day international rule of law. So that the Charter of the United Nations was solemnly established. It also sent a warning alarm to mankind for its existence and development, and established a universal rule for the peaceful coexistence of all countries. Today, as human beings live in the same global village, there is an even greater need for good laws and good governance to tell the right from the wrong and to promote peace and development. China has always adhered to the Charter of the United Nations, firmly upheld the authority of international rule of law, and opposed the law of the jungle. China has proposed 3 major initiatives: the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, thus contributing to the World a China solution for building a human community with a shared future for mankind, and creating a better future for the people across the world. The rule of law is the best golden key to the governance of China. As an ancient Chinese saying goes, law is the very foundation of governance. The report of the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China devoted a chapter to expounding on the rule of law in China, demonstrating that the rule of law as a fundamental way of governing the country has been integrated into the entire process of Chinese path to modernization. We use good laws to secure good governance. We have compiled the Civil Code, which spoke volumes about the distinct vision of the Chinese nation. We have amended the legislation law, which testified to the authority of the Constitution. Steady progress has been achieved in the areas of legislation such as national security, foreign investment, science and technological innovation, as well as ecological protection, which provides strong support for peaceful, open, innovative, and beautiful China. We go ahead with reforms to generate vitality. The number of items of administrative approval by the State Council has been cut by more than 70%, and over 1,000 items subject to administrative licensing have been cancelled or delegated, which has fully accelerated the efforts to build a law-based government. We empower the judicial system with technology. The platform of the smart judicial system has published 140 million judicial judgments or rulings, and live streamed 21 million court hearings, making judicial affairs more open, welcoming, convenient, and efficient. The rule of law is the best stabilizer for one country, two systems. The CPC has always regarded the rule of law as the most reliable and stable form of governance, and remained committed to the constitution-based and law-based governance of Hong Kong, which ensures the steady and long-term implementation of one country, two systems. From the creation of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, in accordance with the Constitution, to the basic law of the Hong Kong SAR that ensures the institutionalization and legalization of the one country, two systems principle. The CPC has made great contributions to Hong Kong's peaceful return to the motherland and to the legal civilization of mankind. Since its return to the motherland, Hong Kong has been incorporated into the national governance system. Under the best institutional arrangement of one country, two systems, Hong Kong has been able to break waves and sail in the right direction while maintaining prosperity and stability. In the face of the chaotic situation arising from the unrest following the proposed amendment bill, the central government has always upheld the spirit of the rule of law and taken a series of legal measures to formulate and implement the Hong Kong's national security law and to improve the electoral system of the Hong Kong SAR, which led to the restoration of order in Hong Kong. As of August this year, the total deposits in Hong Kong's banking system exceeded $2 trillion, an increase of 72% from the period before the enactment of the Hong Kong National Security Law. Global investors have cast their vote of confidence in Hong Kong's future with their real substantial investments. Distinguished guests, friends, Hong Kong is known for its rule of law in the world, which is also Hong Kong's golden signature. Amid major changes unseen in a century, how should we view the rule of law in Hong Kong? How can we leverage the unique advantage and rule of law and the rule of law in Hong Kong? Here, I'd like to share three perspectives. The rule of law in Hong Kong is rock solid and should not be defamed. Since the Hong Kong National Security Law was enacted over 3 years ago, the foundation of the rule of law in Hong Kong has become even more solid, and the business environment has been more favorable. This is a basic fact that anyone without bias can clearly see. However, a small number of meddling external affairs relentlessly slander the rule of law in Hong Kong. Some US politicians repeatedly brandish the stake of the so-called sanctions, intimidating the prosecutors and judges in Hong Kong. Such a despicable move is brazenly violating the principle of international law and the spirit of the rule of law. It's nothing short of ridiculous, shameless, and ill-disposed act. Massive protests were held in Hong Kong days ago to oppose the so-called US sanctions, to protect their prosecutors and judges, and safeguard the rule of law in Hong Kong. Facts have proved time and again that Intimidation cannot suppress the rule of law in Hong Kong. Any attempts to disrupt the rule of law in Hong Kong and undermine the one country, two systems principle are doomed to fail. The rule of law in Hong Kong bears unique advantages and needs to be fully unleashed. We should continue optimize the legal and business environment and actively align with national strategies such as Belt and Road Initiative and Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Great Bay Area. We should make good use of Hong Kong's common law system while connectivity with both China and the world to contribute to the global governance, innovation, and promote China's institutional opening up. We should highlight Hong Kong as an international legal hub, establish an international legal talent training institute, and cultivate legal talents with a global perspective. The rule of law in Hong Kong combines the advantages of both Chinese and Western system and facilitates people-to-people bond. Hong Kong's rule of law embraces both Chinese and Western elements, accumulating rich experience in balancing and integrating diverse legal civilization. Hong Kong should engage in extensive legal exchanges with the world, expand its circle of friends in legal cooperation, and promote the people-to-people bond among countries. Distinguished guests, friends, we firmly believe that in an ever-changing world, the will of the people and the trend of the times will eventually lead to the bright future for humanity. We firmly believe that the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people, with glorious history, will undoubtedly make new remarkable achievements. We firmly believe that the poor of the Orient, where the dark clouds are dispelled, will shine even brighter in the greater journey of building a strong nation and achieving national rejuvenation. I wish the Hong Kong Legal Week a whole complete success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Please be seated. May we now invite Secretary for Justice, the Honourable Mr. Paul Lam Ting Kwok, SBS SC JP, to deliver his opening remarks. Secretary for Justice, please.
The Honourable Chief Executive Mr. Johnny, Deputy Director Liu Guangyun, the Honourable Mr. Justice Poon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Department of Justice of Hong Kong, I would like to welcome you to the fifth and the last day of the Hong Kong Legal Week 2023. To bring the Legal Week to a conclusion, we have chosen rule of law for the future to be the topic of today's events. For a better future of Hong Kong, the Hong Kong government is determined to take advantage of Hong Kong's distinctive status and advantages enjoyed under the principle of one country, two systems, in order to seize the opportunities created by national development plans such as the 14th Five-Year Plan. In the Chief Executive 2023 policy address announced on the 25th of October, the Chief Executive stated that, and I quote, "The government will consolidate and enhance Hong Kong's development of 8 centres as outlined in the 14th Five-Year Plan, providing impetus for sustaining our competitiveness and economic growth. These 8 centres include International Innovation and Technology Centre, East-West Centre for International Cultural Exchange, International Trade Centre, International Financial Centre, Regional Intellectual Property Trading Centre, International Shipping Centre, International Aviation Hub, and Center for International Legal and Dispute Resolution Services in the Asia-Pacific region. The X centers are represented by the X symbols on our backdrop, which you can see outside this conference hall and also on our publications. They provide the basis to enable Hong Kong to play the role of super connector between the mainland and the rest of the world in future. These also explain the main theme of this year's Legal Week, namely onward and forward, connecting the world. But as the chief executive said at last weekend in Shanghai, Hong Kong is not only a super connector, but also a super value adder. I would venture to suggest that in some circumstances, it may even be a super value creator. Through the X centers, Hong Kong does not simply act as a middleman and provide a platform to connect people and entities between our country and the rest of the world, but also help the parties concerned to create and enhance the value of the subject matter in question. Now, to achieve these objectives, it's crucial to recognize that while the X centers play different and distinctive roles in the future development of Hong Kong, they are interrelated and interdependent. That's why you can see lines linking up the X centers together in our backdrop. As a civil justice, naturally, my primary concern is to promote Hong Kong as an international legal and dispute resolution service center. But legal services, whether contentious or non-contentious, are not freestanding. They are meant to serve the needs and demands of society. High-quality legal professional services are indeed essential to the development of the other 7 centers. And this is the point we wish to make in this morning's sessions. And first, let me say a few words on the International Shipping Center, International Aviation Hub, these 2 closely related centers. There's no doubt that Hong Kong enjoys traditional strength in this respect. Despite fierce competitions, the container ports of Hong Kong still rank among the top 10 in the world. The Hong Kong Shipping Register is the 4th largest register in the world in terms of gross tonnage. At the same time, Hong Kong has held on to the first place as the world's busiest air cargo hub since 1996. That said, the enhancement of Hong Kong's status as an international shipping center and aviation hub would involve much more than increasing the capacity of our port and airport, as well as providing better logistic services. Aviation and marine insurance, the tax regime for aircraft leasing, aviation and maritime arbitration, and so forth, all entailing legal issues and services are plainly important matters that must not be overlooked. I turn to the development of Hong Kong as an East-West center for cultural exchanges. This would, of course, attract more tourists, generating tourist income and strengthen Hong Kong's soft power. Moreover, it's significant to also note that Hong Kong has already overtaken London to become the 2nd biggest contemporary art auction market in the world after New York. Legal services relating to art auctions and intellectual property protection are clearly required to maintain and increase Hong Kong's competitiveness in this respect. The high-quality legal service offered by Hong Kong is a manifestation of the high degree of rule of law based on our common law system in Hong Kong. To maintain the rule of law requires not only the hard work of judges and lawyers, but also the trust, support, and understanding in respect of our legal and judicial system on the part of our fellow citizens. The future of Hong Kong is very much in the hands of our young generation. It's often said that Hong Kong will prosper only when young people thrive. While it's important to equip our young people with skills and knowledge in different areas, it's equally important to nurture and foster proper values, such as law-abidingness among them. This is why rule of law education had always been one of the priorities of the Department of Justice initiative. How to explain the rule of law, our common law system, and key legal instruments in Hong Kong, which are perceived by many to be complex and difficult matters, in a way that is fair, accurate, and easily comprehensive to laypersons, in particular youngsters, is a challenging task. The Steering Committee on the Rule of Law Education, chaired by me, was set up last year. The first phase of the Rule of Law Education Train the Leaders program will be launched later this month. This afternoon after lunch, educators and youth coming from different backgrounds will discuss the future development of rule of law education in Hong Kong. Today, we are very honored to have the Chief Judge of High Court, Mr. Justice Jeremy Poon, to deliver a keynote speech, and experts in the above-mentioned areas to share their views. The final session in this afternoon is a new attempt. For the very first time, we have decided to add a session on national security during our legal week. As I said at the beginning, the main theme of this legal week concerns the relationship between the rule of law and Hong Kong's future. Order and security is an essential element of the rule of law. And moreover, it's critical to grasp the causal relationship between security and development. Security is the prerequisite for development, whereas development is the guarantee of security. Hong Kong is a place full of opportunities, where people are free to pursue their dreams within the boundary of the law. Through hard work and perhaps a bit of luck, there's a real chance that your dream may come true one day, even though there cannot be any guarantee. However, without a safe and secure environment, our dreams will be condemned to become eternal fantasy, which stand no real chance of realization. Make no mistake, there's no future unless we live in a safe and secure environment. Look at our country's history. Look at what's happening in some parts of the world at this very moment. I'm sure you could understand what I'm saying. It's therefore essential for each and every one of us to take national security seriously and positively. Two fundamental starting points should be borne in mind. First, enacting national security law is not only a constitutional duty, but also a practical necessity. Second, national security law is by nature protective, not invasive, and defensive rather than offensive. And let me draw an analogy. Injection of vaccine may be seen as an encroachment on the human right of bodily integrity. But the purpose of vaccination is not to cause any pain or suffering. Quite the contrary. It's to safeguard our health and life from potential harms caused by different types of virus. Acts endangering national security are similar to viruses. And national security law is the vaccination. It's sheer common sense that effective and sufficient vaccination against commonly known viruses are essential to protect our health and life. In order to cultivate a proper and positive mindset on national security, it's necessary to address concerns and dispel misgivings as well as misconceptions about Hong Kong's national security law proactively. And therefore, in the last section this afternoon, I will personally answer some frequently asked questions about our national security law. Ladies and gentlemen, the rule of law in Hong Kong is indeed a good story that must be told. However, we are not merely the storytellers, but also the authors of the story. We must continue to work hard together to write an even better chapter of our story. And before I conclude, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues, our working partners, as well as guest moderators and speakers from Hong Kong, the mainland, and overseas. Without your support, dedication, and hard work, the legal week would not have been possible. And of course, I must express my gratitude to all participants, And I wish you all a very fruitful and enjoyable day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary for Justice. Please be seated. Our Chief Executive has another engagement and would need to leave the venue. It is my honor to now invite Chief Judge of the High Court of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, the Honourable Mr. Justice Poon, to deliver the keynote speech. Mr. Justice Poon, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and honor to have been invited to give this keynote speech at the Hong Kong Legal Week 2023. I must begin by first congratulating the Department of Justice for successfully holding this annual flagship event for Hong Kong, which celebrates our long-standing rule of law and legal culture. The main theme of this year's Legal Week, Onward and Forward, Connecting the World, is most befitting of Hong Kong. Under the one country, two systems principle, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region is the only common law jurisdiction in the People's Republic of China. The one country, two systems principle is an unprecedented and visionary arrangement. It enables our country to accommodate more than one legal system and parallel laws, thus conferring on Hong Kong an entirely unique position as the only common law jurisdiction with deeply rooted connections to both the mainland and the international community at large. It is this unique position that allows Hong Kong to serve not only as a bridge between East and West, thus connecting the world, but also as an ideal forum for resolving disputes between parties in the mainland, Hong Kong, and other parts of the world. It is universally accepted and indeed a matter of historical fact that the rule of law underpinned and continues to underpin Hong Kong's economic success. The theme of today's session, Rule of Law for the Future, is a critically important idea. Just as one can see how the one country, two systems principle set the foundation 26 years ago for the success Hong Kong now enjoys, we must also ensure that we continue to build and strengthen the rule of law today for the success of China and Hong Kong in the future. We thus look forward to hearing from all of today's speakers on the topics of maritime and aviation law, new developments in art law, the empowerment of youth through rule of law education, and most importantly, a public dialogue with the Secretary for Justice on the national security law. These are indeed crucial building blocks for the rule of law in the future. The idea of the rule of law for the future presupposes, correctly in my view, that the rule of law is key to the continuing growth and development of Hong Kong in the future. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan and the outlined development plan for the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, the development of Hong Kong will target 8 centers, including its continued status as an international financial center, an international shipping center, an international aviation hub, and also forward-thinking ambitions as an international innovation and technology center, a regional intellectual property trading center, and a center for international cultural exchanges between East and West. Most pertinent for today's discussion, of course, is Hong Kong's status as a center for international legal and dispute resolution services, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, which is not only an area targeted for growth and development itself, but also serves to underpin the growth and development of other areas as well. As today's topics will demonstrate, there is an inherent link between the legal framework and development in these areas. And please allow me to share some of my thoughts on why the rule of law will continue to be key to the growth and development of Hong Kong as we seek to achieve our targets set in the above plans. The concept of the rule of law is traceable to ancient scholars across different civilizations. There may be some understandable differences in conceptualization of the rule of law due to different nuances or emphasis that arose out of divergent societal circumstances and evolving views over time. Most legal jurisdictions, including Hong Kong, now accept and embrace the rule of law as a principle of government. Under this principle, first, the government is open and accountable to the people. Second, laws are properly enacted, clearly drafted, published, and publicly accessible, as well as being enforced equally and educated upon independently. Third, there is equality before and accountability to the law. Fourth, there is fairness in the application of the law, which shall not be arbitrarily applied. Fifth, there is procedural and legal transparency when the law is applied, enforced, or educated upon. Sixth, fundamental human rights are protected. And seventh, the education of the law is carried out by a competent and, most importantly, independent judiciary. In my capacity as a judge, I will focus on the role of the judiciary as we consider how the rule of law underpins growth and development. The independence of the Hong Kong judiciary is constitutionally guaranteed by our basic law. Articles 2 and 19 of the Basic Law specifically provide that the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region shall enjoy and is vested with independent judicial power, including that of final adjudication. Article 85 further stipulates that the courts shall exercise judicial power independently, free from any interference. Our judges are all bound by the judicial oath to act in strict accordance with the law and nothing else. They are sworn to administer justice without fear or favor, self-interest or deceit. In matters of judicial ethics, our judges are further bound by the Guide to Judicial Conduct, which was first promulgated in 2004 and recently updated in 2022. Hong Kong's Guide to Judicial Conduct is a document of international standing, having been referred to by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime when developing the commentary to the Bangalore Principles on Judicial Conduct in 2007. Our judges discharge their judicial function in a transparent way. In accordance with Hong Kong's long-standing common law jurisdiction, a tradition, court proceedings are safe in rare and well-established circumstances, open to the public. Judgments must be properly reasoned to demonstrate clearly how the court has applied the law and the spirit, and only these matters, to the facts of each case, and has not been influenced by any other considerations. Judgments of lower courts are subject to the scrutiny of the Court of Appeal, and where the statutory thresholds are met, subject to further scrutiny by the Court of Final Appeal. The judgments of the Hong Kong judiciary are also publicly accessible. They are reflective of Hong Kong's standing in the common law world, having been cited in other major common law jurisdictions. In the last 5 years alone, the judgments of the Court of Final Appeal were cited in the United Kingdom 40 times, and in Australia 10 times, usually with approval. Hong Kong's impartial, independent, and transparent judicial system thus ensures that there's a sound legal foundation and authoritative forum in which disputes are resolved. This, in turn, creates a level playing field for individuals and entities who, confident that the laws are open and certain and protect fundamental human rights, can have their interests protected and disputes resolved fairly by a court, and leads to a secure environment in which trade can take place, investment can be made, and business can be done. The fact that disputes will be resolved in a fair manner by the courts of Hong Kong, impartially, independently, without interference, fear, favor, bias, or deceit, serves to instill confidence in Hong Kong as an international business and financial center. The rule of law is not a static concept. It evolves when the society progresses to meet its contemporaneous needs. It is recognized as being closely linked to economic growth and development. As observed by the United Nations, the complex political, social, and economic situation around the globe since the pandemic has brought both challenges and opportunities. These require a collective response, which must be guided by the rule of law, as it is the foundation of equitable and friendly international relations and the base of fair and peaceful societies. Research conducted by the World Justice Project also shows that the presence and strength of the rule of law correlates with higher economic growth, greater peace, more education, and improved health outcomes. There is thus an indelible link between the strength of the rule of law and the strength and development of an economy. More peaceful countries enjoy greater rule of law. People are better educated when the rule of law prevails. And people live longer in countries with high rule of law scores. Thus, the rule of law is an indispensable impetus to development that any society aspires for and serve as a guarantor for long-term prosperity and stability. Returning to the rule of law for the future, today's sessions will show how the rule of law of Hong Kong continues to evolve in maritime, aviation, and art industry, and how the rule of law can be taught and imparted so that rational dialogues can be held about laws such as the national security law. I take this opportunity to thank today's speakers for their presentation and all their hard work. We look forward to hearing all their insights. As we build towards the aim of the 8 Centers Initiative under the 14th Five-Year Plan, we can be confident that Hong Kong's rule of law will continue to function as effectively as it always has done. An individual, businessman, trader, or investor coming to Hong Kong will find a business-friendly environment ripe with economic opportunities in a uniquely positioned hub, serving as a super connector between the huge markets of China and the rest of the world. As is reflected by Hong Kong's 2 official languages, Chinese and English, Hong Kong has always been and will continue to be an interchange between East and West, and a diverse and vibrant metropolis. Visitors will find a city built on the rule of law, where they can conduct their lives and business affairs with all the benefits I've just mentioned. This, in turn, should serve to inspire the coming generations to continue to build and strengthen the rule of law in Hong Kong, thus ensuring their future prosperity and well-being. To conclude, I'm confident that the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, being a jurisdiction committed to the ideals and practice of the rule of law, will succeed in achieving these development ambitions. It remains for me to thank the Department of Justice again for this opportunity to address all of you, to thank you for all your kind attention, and once again congratulate the organizers and speakers on another successful legal week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice Poon. Please be seated. Thank you. We will now have a 10-minute break. The next session on Rule of Law, a core pillar of support for the 8 centres under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, will start at 10:05. 10:05. Don't miss the chance to visit the exhibition booths set up for the first time during the Hong Kong Legal Week on new developments and opportunities of legal services in Hong Kong, Macau, and the 9 mainland cities in the Greater Bay Area, located opposite to this hall at room N206 to 208. Please take your valuables with you whenever you leave this hall. Please enjoy the refreshments in the designated areas outside the hall and return here before 10:05. 10:05. For our online participants, see you after the short break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is about to start, so please take a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is about to start. Please take a seat. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back. We will now begin the session on Rule of Law, a core pillar of support for the 8 centers under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. This is a two-part panel discussion with the quality legal support for the development of maritime and aviation industry in Hong Kong, followed by the art of art law, where East meets West in Hong Kong. There will be a Q&A session after the panel discussion. For participants in the hall, if you have any questions for the panelists, please scan the QR code for Q&A and you can type the questions via the link. Without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator of the first panel discussion, Engineer Elsa Yun, and our speakers, Mr. Stephen Wise, Professor Jerwu Lee, Mr. Wei Zhuang, and Mr. Paul Jubilee. Let's give them a round of applause. Ms. Yun is the president of the Hong Kong Logistics Association. Ms. Yun, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and guests of speaker. I'm Elsa Yun, president of Hong Kong Logistics Association, and it's my honor to be a moderator of forum today. Welcome to join us. Before we start the panel discussion, those speakers will do some brief introduction and share some insight on today's topic. After that, we will have the panel discussion and Q&A section. Don't forget to write down the question and pass them to me. Now, I would like to introduce the speaker, Mr. Stephen Wise, partner Lau, Horton & Wise LLP, commercial dispute resolution lawyer specializing in shipping-related disputes. Second, Professor Jun Lee, Associate Professor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, expert in aviation law. Mr. Wei Wang, Regional Manager Asia BICO, one of the largest international shipping association. And then Mr. Paul Jubilee, Global Head of Aviation and Marine, Senior Partner, Wisdom Worldwide, and Chairperson of the Hill Court of Arbitration for Aviation. Oh, today's topic, a core pillar of support for the Egg Center under the National 14 5-year plan. Quality legal support for the development of maritime and aviation industry in Hong Kong. Honestly, I have a lot of questions in my mind. I found out in the policy address why Hong Kong is international maritime center as well as international aviation hub as supported under 14 5-year plan. How can we go hand in hand with Hong Kong as an international legal and dispute resolution service center in Asia-Pacific region, from domestic, regional, and international perspective? We need for effective dispute resolution mechanism. Also, we need for marine and aviation talents. What is the global legal regulatory issue facing maritime and aviation industry and their latest development? Tax, insurance, CISG, decarbonization, digitalization, tech-related issues, etc. How government policy measure to support? Recently, they set up a task force team on maritime and port development strategy. Those are appetizer of today. So we can't wait anymore. Let's start with the first speaker, Mr. Stephen. Stephen, please.
Thank you, Elsa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to open the short presentations before we move on to the panel discussion. I'll try to be brief, but there's a lot to say about Hong Kong's maritime advantages. They start with Hong Kong's position as a leading shipping centre, which includes the high value-added services which support those doing business here. I then look at the specialised maritime law services available, as well as the importance to the shipping sector of the unique legal arrangements between the SAR and the mainland. Finally, I look to the future of the industry and the development of maritime expertise. Hong Kong remains, by any metric, one of the world's leading shipping centres. It has maintained its position in the Xinhua Baltic rankings over the past 5 years, despite being in some ways more affected by the pandemic than other shipping centres. Hong Kong is also the world's 10th largest trading economy. Its ship registry is the 4th largest in the world, and indeed it is the largest which is not one of the so-called flags of convenience. The top 3 are Panama, Liberia, and the Marshall Islands. Fully 10% of the world's merchant fleet by carrying capacity is owned or managed from Hong Kong. The container port, while no longer the world's busiest, remains in the top 10 worldwide, over 2 million TEUs ahead of Rotterdam, which is the largest in Europe. And in 2019, the International Chamber of Shipping chose Hong Kong as the base for its China liaison office. There are many reasons why Hong Kong attained this international preeminence: geographical, historical, and probably also accidental. However, history and geography alone do not sustain such a position. To maintain its rankings, Hong Kong needs to continue to cultivate a high value-added maritime cluster, which is a bit of a mouthful, and I prefer to call it a one-stop shop. The shipping industry needs to find in Hong Kong all the support and services it needs to do business successfully, and I would suggest that it can. What I've listed on the slide are just the main examples of the many different parts that go to make up a shipping ecosystem. Anything a ship owner, charterer, or trader needs can be found in Hong Kong, from commercial, technical, and crew managers to chartering or sale and purchase brokers. Several of the world's classification societies have offices in Hong Kong, along with major banks and leasing companies providing finance for the construction or purchase of ships. 11 of the 12 international group P&I clubs have offices in Hong Kong, many with large underwriting and claims teams, along with China P&I Club and major commercial insurers. I would say, of course, that maritime law expertise is also an essential part of any major shipping centre. And I will say more about that on my next slide. And it's also important to invest in the future of the shipping industry, which Hong Kong does through higher education courses in commercial and technical aspects of transportation and logistics, as well as in maritime law. Government initiatives too are important in attracting major players to the market. Tax concessions are in place for ship leasing companies, as well as for marine insurance, ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers. Not yet for shipping lawyers, but I remain hopeful. The government can help to support smart port initiatives, including remote-controlled gantry cranes and automated container stacking, as well as providing incentives for a greener shipping industry. As mentioned on my previous slide, strong maritime law expertise is vital for a thriving shipping centre. An independent court system operating under the rule of law gives confidence to all those who invest in Hong Kong and do business here. Contracts governed by Hong Kong law and subject to the jurisdiction of the Hong Kong courts or arbitration are seen as reliable and predictable, giving stability and certainty to contractual relationships. The Hong Kong courts have specialist judges determining shipping, commercial, and arbitration disputes. And there are judges at all levels with shipping experience, including in the Court of Final Appeal. A feature of the Court of Final Appeal is the inclusion of non-permanent judges from other common law jurisdictions, judges who bring a wealth of experience to the court's deliberations. Lord Phillips, a current non-permanent judge, is president of the British Maritime Law Association, and a former non-permanent judge, Lord Clark, was one of the most experienced English shipping lawyers of his generation. Hong Kong judgments continue to contribute to the development of the common law, including shipping law, and are regularly cited in other common law jurisdictions. Hong Kong is also a major arbitration centre, with the HKIAC's 2022 caseload including 12.5% of shipping-related disputes, as well as a specialist Hong Kong Maritime Arbitration Group, with arbitrators drawn from both the commercial and legal sectors. Other arbitration bodies also administer arbitrations in Hong Kong, including CTAC and CMAC. Hong Kong benefits from several unique legal arrangements with the mainland. Of particular interest to the shipping industry is the arrangement on enforcement of arbitration awards, which provides a simplified and quicker enforcement procedure for Hong Kong awards compared to awards made in other jurisdictions. The more recent arrangement on interim measures in aid of arbitration has also been a great success. Indeed, one of the first reported cases of its use was an order of the Shanghai Maritime Court to freeze assets in support of a Hong Kong shipping arbitration. According to the HKIAC, since the interim measures arrangement came into force in October 2019, HKIAC processed 86 applications, 81 for the preservation of assets, 2 for preservation of evidence, and 3 for the preservation of conduct. The total value of assets requested to be preserved amounted to almost 23 billion RMB. As at the end of 2022, HKIAC was aware of 58 decisions issued by the mainland courts. In 54 of these, the applications were granted, leading to the preservation of assets to the value of 14.5 billion RMB. There are also arrangements in relation to the mutual enforcement of judgments. The enforcement of judgments pursuant to choice of court agreements has been possible since 2008. A wider arrangement has been agreed, but is not yet in force. Outside the scope of this presentation, but still worth mentioning, are the opportunities for Hong Kong lawyers, whether shipping lawyers or not, presented by both the Belt and Road Initiative and the Greater Bay Area. Indeed, we have already seen many Hong Kong lawyers qualifying to practice in the GBA and law firms opening offices there. Finally, I look to the future. As mentioned earlier, investing in the future talent to work in and eventually lead the shipping industry in Hong Kong is important to maintain Hong Kong's position as a major maritime centre. The SAR government does this at all levels. The Immigration Department's talent list encourages the recruitment of senior professionals from overseas who can help develop the next generation. The Maritime and Aviation Training Fund came into operation in 2014 and has a total commitment of $500 million by the current fiscal year. The MATF subsidises and encourages scholarships, internships, and entry-level positions, as well as continuing professional development and training. More recently, I have been involved in a working group which has just launched the Maritime Services Traineeship Scheme. This provides subsidies to incentivise law firms and barristers' chambers with maritime practices to offer training to aspiring maritime lawyers, both trainee solicitors and pupil barristers. With such continuing and expanding initiatives, the future of Hong Kong as a high value-added shipping hub is assured. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. It seems that we have a lot of opportunity in GBA and bear enroll in initiative. So next will be Professor Jun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is my honor to speak at this prestigious conference. So for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to explain why Hong Kong is an international aviation law from aviation law and policy perspective. I think we should start by noting Article 128 Basic Law, which emphasizes that Hong Kong's role as the center of international and regional aviation. So pretty differently, aviation is Hong Kong's constitutional identity. It's your DNA, Hong Kong's DNA. And same language, same level of language you can see in Basic Law, only in aviation and finance. And so this is quite clear starting point why aviation is so important in Hong Kong. A lot of countries claim that they are aviation hub. They want to do it by policy declaration, but I don't see the same level of legal certainty as Hong Kong provides. It's quite unique things in Hong Kong. And really, if you think about where Hong Kong is located, is it really located in the center of Asia? And we hear similar statistics, like biggest international cargo airport, one of the largest passenger airport. But if you think about the location of Hong Kong and the fact that you can reach half of world population by 5-hour flight, that means something. Why 5 hours is important? Because that means narrow body aircraft can reach out those destinations. So when you, you are when any Hong Kong resident and aviation expert, narrow body means smaller aircraft, and wide body is that they go to long haul flight, right? So Boeing 737, Airbus 320, these are sort of typical narrow body. Why is it important? Because number of passengers you can carry by such aircraft, just 100, 150, small number of passengers you can transport. That means airline is more better positioned to make it profitable. That means from Hong Kong, you can reach out a lot of destinations as a feeder flight. Then you use Hong Kong as a hub. So this location, again, the fact that you can reach out half of world population within 5 hours flying at time, it's really, really serious advantage. And Beijing law also provides important legal frameworks. So we're looking at Article 133, Hong Kong could renew and amend air service agreement and arrangement previously enforced, or you can make a new air service agreement. As kind of mini lecture, as I teach aviation law in my university. So air service agreement, by and large, bilateral. So you sign air service agreement with a partner state. With that, you can use a traffic rights. Hong Kong has signed air service agreement with 67 aviation partners, and among 67, about half of them are so-called open skies agreement. Open skies agreement means that there's no limit on the number of flights, So if airline wants to operate, let them operate. So here, here I want to make a comment. I'm not saying that open sky is good or bad. That's a very simplistic approach. You need to think about that what you can gain, what you can lose, based on mutual benefit, you can go for it. So I think at the moment, Hong Kong provides enough capacity for the airline to operate the transport from Hong Kong to the other part of the world. Those who are not too familiar with third and fourth freedom, that means that airlines are able to transport passenger cargo from home to the next destination. That's a third and fourth. One possible area we can discuss later is that fifth freedom. So fifth freedom means from Hong Kong-based airline, from Hong Kong, go to destination, and you continue to go another destination. The second segment we call fifth freedom. I think Hong Kong has another kind of possibility to increase fifth freedom. I think we can discuss later during presentation. The GBA, the seamless connectivity with the Greater Bay Area. I think the future of aviation in Hong Kong is not in the air, it's on the ground. To improve the seamless transportation is the key to Hong Kong. With that, Hong Kong has an advantage because in this area, you can provide multimodal transportation by ferry, by coach, and also using the bridge. So this is going to be important, the advantage. Also, this also shows that sometimes Hong Kong's connecting ratio at Hong Kong International Airport. So connecting ratio is a typical KPI, key performance indicator. Sometimes Hong Kong International Airport's connecting ratio is underrepresented. Why? Because of this kind of road transportation. Many international airports using air-to-air, connecting ratio is high. Hong Kong, yes, there are certain number of connecting ratio for air-to-air, but you have to look at those ground transportation. So a lot of passengers and cargo are transported from Hong Kong to the other part of the world by road transport or sea transport. I spent some time here, challenges and opportunities. So Hong Kong has bright future as an international aviation hub. At the same time, we have to recognize the challenges we had for the past 3-4 years. So during the COVID-19 hit airline industry hard, and Hong Kong is not an exception. So regaining connectivity is an important challenge. And at the moment, I mean, passenger cargo show different picture. About 80% we already recovered, but there's more room to grow. So this is something that we should focus for the next few years. Labor shortage, this is an important issue. It's not only for Hong Kong. Before COVID, aviation industry is one of the most popular industry that youngsters want to join. And if the COVID-19 changed that image of aviation, which is vulnerable in a way, but it's important to bring that attractiveness back. Right? So because due to labor shortage, particularly on the ground, many airlines couldn't increase their frequency at Hong Kong International Airport, meaning ground handler, they couldn't recruit ground handler enough. That affected transport operation of airline. Things are getting better, but I think there more focus needs to be paid to this area. The last challenge, I would say, the making multimodal transportation more seamless. So it could be mixed mode, intermodal, multimodal. One thing we can learn is from maybe Europe, Germany. For example, in Frankfurt, so-called rail and air. So airline can bring passenger to the airport. And then from the airport to other cities of Germany, they can use rail. And that can be done by one ticket. So how to make intermodal transport more seamless, more convenient for passenger, for shipper is going to be important challenge, also opportunity. I also spent some time for opportunity. Superior infrastructure is your advantage. The fact that Hong Kong International Airport is located in the far from downtown is a big advantage because it means you can relatively free from other environmental concern, for example, noise, and you can also expand more if you want. This is why Hong Kong has now a third runway. GBA market, we're talking about 86 million people and passengers. And I just heard that from the airport authority last week. For Hong Kong, average Hong Kong residents, you travel 3 times per year, 3 flights per year. Mainland China, at the moment, 0.5, not even 1 per year. So if you think about the population and then the growth, in the end, there will be 1, 2, 3 per year. Then there's a massive potential there in the catchment area of Hong Kong. That's your opportunity. And my final point is aviation-related opportunities are not limited to Hong Kong's role as connecting point. I think in the beginning, this morning, the Secretary for Justice emphasized that Hong Kong as value adder, value creator. I fully agree. Hong Kong is not just connecting point. It could create different role in the area of aviation. It could be vehicle financing that my friend Paul will speak later. Also, it could be a center for aviation law education. So there are many areas that can be discussed in the area of aviation. Aviation is everything is about on-time performance. I think time is up, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. So very good explanation. And then let me know, still we are first busy airport in the world, Hong Kong. So next, please, White Wang, please.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation from the Department of Justice. And I would like to share my screen a little bit. Just a clip. Yeah, here is my agenda. Actually, the first I will update the practical documentary-related job made by BINCO. And it's really nice to speak, especially followed by Stephen has already demonstrated the advantages of the Hong Kong as the maritime industry. And the second, I would also like to take this opportunity to explain a little bit the rationale behind why BINCO has chosen Hong Kong as the fourth arbitration venue a few years ago. And the third, the Hong Kong Convention is relating to the ship recycling, and is also very important and crucial to the circular economy. Here we go. BINCO actually so far is one of the largest international shipping organizations in the world, and we have over 2,100 members, and from over 130 different countries and regions. And most of the industry practitioners know about BINCO just because they happened or they have been using the BINCO standard contract clauses. And so far we created or developed over 350 different contract clauses and documents. And you can name it, actually, it's covered all the shipping industry. And it will be fair to say that BINCO will cover all the lifespan of, I think it's just, we covered all the lifespan of the ships, starting from the shipbuilding, we call it new build con, and to the ship recycling. Now we have the recycle. And all this related to the shipping practices. For example, you build the ships, and you needed to voyage charter, the time charter, the sale and purchase, and the ship management, and the ship layout, and ship financing, and that is cover all the life cycle. And here is the new, fairly new clauses, the project that we have been working over the past 2 years, especially during the COVID. The first is the AIS switch clause. I think this is a recap because relating to some dirty business, which against the sanctions compliance, the ships needed to, or they would like to switch off the AIS, especially dealing with the ship transfer ship to ship. So that is something we needed to bridge the gap, especially incorporated into the time charter party to well protect the ship owners in particular. The second, we call it IOCD clause. BINCO, actually, we have a IOCD clause a few years ago, but that was mainly to deal with the Ebola outbreak happened in the west of Africa. So you can say that it's the more like an epidemic instead of the pandemic we unfortunately has been experienced. So at that the moment, the clause is not perfectly to cover both the charters and the owners, and we have been suffering a lot, ranging from the crew change difficulties and the ship delivery complexities, etc., etc. So it's the right time for BINCO. We just update that particular clause. And force majeure clause also largely driven by the COVID. And BINCO, we choose the English law as our most of the contract clauses governing law. And as you may be here, especially for the legal practitioners sitting here today, force majeure is more like the continental law system instead of the common law. However, we think it's quite essential to adjust the issue, starting from the shipbuilding contract, when the shipyard, they faced so much difficulties, not only extreme weather, but also the COVID, the restrictions, the labor forces, just the policy, isolation, lockdown, whatsoever. They couldn't timely deliver their job. Then we think it's the right opportunity to bridge the gap and the well-balanced, not only shipbuilder and also the buyer. And the electronic bill of lading, I will just a little bit, because the digitalization is the key challenge we're facing in front of the ship industry. And the EEXI and the CRI, ETS, yes, I have a particular slide I will address a bit later. And the ship sale 22, that's the fairly new BINCO own standard contract for the ship sale and the purchase. For example, Hong Kong is still a very proactive hub for the ship transactions, especially S&P. And Jinkang, that is the voyage charter party, BINCO we newly developed, because that is the whole the sessions for the voyage charter party. I think I always choose the wrong, yeah. Okay, here is the carbon-related issues. Apart from the digitalization, the decarbonization is even more complicated, and that is more challenging for the ship industry. BINCO closely monitor what's going on, especially from the practitioner perspective, to adjust the charter party clauses. So as you can see from here, we developed the EEXI transitional compliance clause and the ETSA. Although the EU regulations still needed to figure out how, just the practitioners to play, especially for the ETSA allowance for trading and buy-in, and also what to the stakeholder, who should be the responsible party if something goes wrong. So BINCO, we have developed the ETSA allowance clause from charter party, and we are also ongoing project to the ETSA clause for the shipman, because ship management is also technically will be responsible because he's the ISM holder anyway. And also for the voyage charter party, the EEXIs and the CRI clauses, that is another topic. Yeah, and this is on trading clause for MOA. The reason why I want to mention here is just because it's related to the Hong Kong Convention as well, because also for the ship sale. In practice, some ship owners, they wanted to sell the ship, but they don't want to see that actually she'll be trading for a short moment, instead of to be scrapped in the not distant future. Yeah, aspect tanker void, that another project, BINCO, we are working on that, and it is due to be released later this year. That is a project we collaborate with the Aspect Tank. Aspect is the Americans Shipbrokers and Agents Association. That is one of the popular, the wider use of the we call crude oil to trade market. Yeah, let me skip to the. I don't know. This is not to work perfectly with me. Yeah, that's the BINCO law clause, the others. I wanted to switch to that part. Is it cracked at the bottom, the green one? Oh, the big one, sorry, yeah. Ship management agreement, I mentioned a bit. I wanted to focus on that offshore side. We also, developed that the offshore installation contract is a renewable energy. And that's the point. I'm here today, and the BINCO, we used to call it the law and dispute resolution clause, and a few years ago we renamed it the law and arbitration clause. That clause was in session since 1990, and we currently, choose 4 popular venues. Apart from London and New York, we have 2 in Asia, Singapore and Hong Kong. The Hong Kong is the obvious reasons why, because largely driven by our shipping industry. In other words, the industry, our members, they would like BINCO to do so because they found Hong Kong is a popular venue for the arbitration. Not only the arbitration, the numbers they're handling yearly, but also the legal service clusters, the arbitrators, and the good lawyers. So this is ecosystems. And of course, on top of that, Hong Kong government, I would say, the relentless efforts have made, and we can hardly decline, because also, as I mentioned, the key reason is just because the industry, and we do, investigations and check with our members, and all, arrive at the conclusion, yes, Hong Kong is the right place and also the safe place. And the Hong Kong, another key reason I think Hong Kong, because that is the profound and the robust the ecosystem. Because shipping, as we see today, is the rule of the law. We know that that's the fundamental framework when we talk about the maritime cluster. Businessmen, the ship owners, we appreciate this kind of certainty. We appreciate the clarity, and we also appreciate the consistency. So this is a value Hong Kong is really good at. And also, on top of that, as Stephen mentioned, Hong Kong have very, healthy and very professional legal services, from arbitrators to lawyers and also the regulators. And as far as we know that Hong Kong now, we have Hong Kong HKIAC and a Hong Kong Maritime Arbitration Group, and they handled the cases. We can see the gradual growth over the past few years, and definitely there will be more and more in the pipeline. And last but not least, I will mention Hong Kong Convention, and it's also will be so happy to see a convention has become into force and named after Hong Kong as a city. And the last point I will mention that Hong Kong Convention will be essential for the sustainability, because ESG is key for all the shipping companies in the future. And I think my time is up, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Wei. And then he brings us new development, licensing, ship sales, new business model of maritime. So next will be Paul Jabley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Paul Jabley. I am the Global Head of Aviation and Maritime at Withers Worldwide. I'm also the founder and the chairperson of the Hague Court of Arbitration for Aviation. During the course of my career, I have closed over $22 billion US dollars worth of transactions around the world and handled numerous arbitrations and litigations and airline restructurings around the world as well. Most importantly, I am the son of a pilot and a flight attendant, so aviation runs through my blood. And perhaps of tantamount importance, I have lived in Hong Kong for the past 16 years. I have had 3 children born here, and I consider Hong Kong to be my home. And so Hong Kong is my home, and therefore China is my home, though I work on globally around the world day in and day out. The aviation world. The aviation world, inherently international. It relies on a bedrock of legal certainty to navigate the complex airspace of cross-border and local laws and regulations and legal arrangements every day in, day out, minute by minute around the world. Keep that context in mind. It's that legal framework that underpins the safety, security, and the seamless connections that are, in fact, the lifeblood of commerce and travel around the world. So as aviation continues to shrink our vast world into a more tightly knit community, I heard the phrase global village this morning for the first time in a long time, and it's a beautiful phrase. The rule of law ensures that the principles of fairness and clarity and consistency guide the industry. It's the aviation industry's sort of steadfast and unwavering trust in the systems that uphold it and the intricate network of rules which effectively connect us all. So for the aviation world, it's the rule of law is not just a sort of pie in the sky concept. It's the very air that we breathe and soar through. In that light, I have 9 opening points which I would like to share with you for your consideration in this forum. I do not have slides, but they are simple enough to follow, and perhaps the final one may be perhaps the most sensitive, but it's also perhaps the most necessary in a global framework. The 9 points are the foundation of stability, attracting investment, dispute resolution, regulatory excellence, innovation and the protection of innovation, talent attraction, facilitating partnerships, safety standards, and finally, the final one, national security. First, the foundation of stability. The rule of law in Hong Kong has, for decades, been the bedrock upon which the aviation industry in its various facets built its confidence, both in Hong Kong and in the region. Its predictability in the legal affairs, from contracts to property rights, has been essential in fostering an environment where the aviation sector can and has and will continue to thrive. 2, attracting investment. Hong Kong's adherence to the rule of law has been pivotal in attracting foreign and domestic investment. Investors, international investors, seek jurisdictions where their capital and their rights are protected. That is a promise that Hong Kong has consistently delivered on and therefore propelled itself into the global aviation hub that it is. 3, dispute resolution. Hong Kong's strong legal framework, which we've heard about and will continue to hear about, provides a clear, structured approach to resolving disputes. That is a key advantage for an industry where multi-million or multi-billion-dollar transactions are the norm. This has helped Hong Kong to emerge as a preferred venue for settling international aviation disputes, which will only continue to grow. 4, regulatory excellence. The rule of law ensures that the regulatory environment in Hong Kong and in Hong Kong's aviation industry aligns with international best practices and in fact often leads the way. This harmonization has been crucial for Hong Kong in establishing itself as a super connector in regional and global air transport. 5, innovation and the protection of innovation. Intellectual property law enforcement underpins the industry's innovation. That's true in aviation as it is elsewhere. Manufacturers and service providers in Hong Kong's aviation sector rely on the rule of law to protect their investments and foster a culture of innovation that helps drive the industry forward. And in fact, if you look at Hong Kong's history of innovation in certain parts and supply sectors, it's quite a story. 6, talent attraction. A jurisdiction that values the rule of law is also one that attracts top and develops top legal talent. Legal certainty and the promise of fair treatment have made Hong Kong a magnet for the world's best aviation talent in the past and will do so in the future. 7, facilitating international agreements and partnerships. The rule of law has been instrumental in forging international partnerships, which makes it easier for Hong Kong's aviation industry to sign agreements with other global entities and global partners, and in effect, continue to propel its status as a super connector. 8, safety and standards. Many people don't realize this, but the rule of law also helps uphold stringent safety standards, which are essential for passenger confidence and the industry's reputation. Hong Kong's commitment to the legal principles assures adherence to the highest levels of safety and organizational and operational integrity in the world. Finally, national security and confidence in the rule of law in the international aviation community. I have, for many years now, been getting a lot of questions about this from international aviation companies around the world which I work with. These are aircraft lessors, aircraft manufacturers, aircraft operators, aircraft owners, and of course, airlines. Parking issues of physical security at the airport and never ever having repeats of ugly and unacceptable scenes that disrupted air travel during the riots many years ago, my focus is on aviation business and finance confidence. My advice to these companies since day one has been and remains that there are 4 truths regarding Hong Kong's national security law that aviation businesses and aviation finance market participants must be aware of before rendering any quick conclusions. These are: 1, it actually expressly and implicitly reaffirms Beijing's respect for Hong Kong's high degree of autonomy and rule of law. 2, it's a work in progress and will naturally evolve, including by the inherent jurisdiction of Hong Kong's stable and fair high judiciary to provide procedural clarity. 3, it was and is on the low end of the spectrum of possible responses to address what was then the serious deterioration of civil order and security that came after scenes that we saw, including at the airport. 4th, and most importantly, I advise clients around the world, when they're looking at Hong Kong, that the national security law is actually very well within the Westphalian principle of national sovereignty as modernized in the United Nations Charter, and does not somehow void Hong Kong's human rights track record, which has been informed by common law precedents and is in accordance with things like the Johannesburg Convention and the Syracuse Principles and other standards. Now, in conclusion, I tell these companies and I tell everyone here that it's time to get back to aviation business, and lots of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Paul. I'm quite interested for the aviation financing. So maybe later, if we have time, maybe we'll discuss more. Okay, and then we move to the panel discussion. And then last week, Transport and Logistics Bureau, TLB, has announced action plan on maritime and development strategy. First, to enhance the high-end maritime service, facilitate transformation towards zero emission, promote smart initiative and digitalization in the maritime industry, and promote exchange and cooperation among maritime industry in the GBA and around the world. Second, promote the development of high value-added maritime service, such as professional service, such as insurance, maritime law, ship finance, etc., and development our maritime strengthened in cooperation with the trade. So I have 2 questions for gentlemen. ESG is future trend, no matter in which sector. Next year, SFC is compulsory for all the public listed companies to disclose the ESG data. Do you think Hong Kong is ready or still far away? And second question, with more discussion on decarbonization, carbon emission for maritime and aviation, do you think they affect financing in this sector and bring more opportunity in this new business model? Stephen, first.
Thank you, Elsa. Well, I think anyone who isn't ready has had enough warning and enough time. These developments have been a long time coming. They affect every sector and every industry. They affect my own industry in legal profession as well, where we have clients asking for ESG data, diversity data, banks who require commitments to specific KPIs as a condition of loans, and you know, all of this adds up, and so anyone who isn't ready really should be. I hope the industry is ready. There are enough service providers there to assist, and there's a lot of there's a lot of talk in the press about we've seen greenwashing scandals and so on. But when it comes down to producing hard data, that's where you can't hide. Because those figures are going to be made public and people are going to analyze them and test them and look at them very closely.
Okay, that's good. How about Professor? Do you think it's affecting the finance in this sector, or maybe we can bring a lot of opportunity for that kind of new model, because everybody think that ESG, you spend a lot of money, use a lot of money. How do you think?
Okay, I'll be brief on this comment. For financing, I think Paul can.
Paul maybe later.
But for me, airline industry set a quite ambitious goal, which is from 2050 carbon neutral. And with that goal, industry really working hard to put their energy and resource on this sector. One of the key issues they are discussing now is so-called SAF, sustainable aircraft, sustainable aviation fuel. Yeah. So this is the area that airlines are putting a lot of energy and resource. One thing we should consider is that SAF will increase the price that we'll pay. Are we ready for that? That's his question eventually we discuss in the future.
Okay, that's good. How about why do you think BINCO and then we need to combine, or maybe put it in a contract and then for future development?
Yeah, thank you. The first, I think back to the ESG, definitely, Hong Kong is at the forefront from the shipping's perspective, at the forefront of ESG, not only for listed companies to comparison and disclose information, but also that is great incentive to encourage all the shipping companies with the strong social liability to prepare it and to materialize it. And in terms of the decarbonization, first of all, I wanted to take this opportunity to clarify it a little bit, because the shipping industry, the industry as a whole, carries over 80 to 90% of the water trade. We call it seaborne water trade. And the GHG emission roughly is around or less than 3% of the world. So these kind of two figures illustrate the shipping industry is not as dirty, as a big emitter as some media reported. However, we have to just tackle the climate change, because if you look at all the extreme weathers we are facing, you can name it from all the corners of the world. That is the common challenge. We've got to be serious about that. And as far as I know, most of the shipping companies, they are serious. They're doing, not only BINCO, we are help them to tackle the practical and the legal issues, especially from developing the different contract clauses that I just mentioned. And back to the decarbonization, I think that the key challenge is the regulator, or from IMO or the EU regulator, they would like to they like to levy the carbon tax on the shipping industry. How? Either they don't care or they don't know yet. So that creates a lot of uncertainties. And for the shipping company, we'll face another big challenge, because we simply don't know what kind of future fuel you would like to use. The short answer is quite clear, not the conventional, the fossil fuel, because that is totally against the carbonization, the mission has set out by the IMO. We call it by 2050 will be the net zero emission. How? Well, we see a lot of shipping companies that either use the LNG, we see the ammonia, we see the green methanol. So these kind of things will be a new game changer. And I realized the Hong Kong, the regulator, and also Hong Kong, the shipping companies, they are preparing and they would like to keep the key competitiveness for the future. So that is what I see to share here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How about Paul? We touched the finance.
Certainly. So decarbonization and ESG has certainly been top of mind in the international aviation community, and therefore in the international aviation finance community. Historically, it wasn't top of mind in the Hong Kong aviation finance community. However, there's an opportunity for Hong Kong to leapfrog its peers internationally by introducing legislation that promotes ESG and carbon credits in aviation financing. And it's one of those opportunities that a lot of people around the world may not be aware of. But if you look at, again, facts, China itself has in many ways led the world in decarbonization efforts, actual practical decarbonization efforts, in contrast with what's happening in a lot of other jurisdictions, which is a lot of greenwashing. But that hasn't yet extended as much to aviation, but you can certainly expect it to, and that'll certainly be one of the keys to driving the aviation finance business back to Hong Kong, not just so that we get back to where we were, but far beyond that point as well. It's a golden opportunity.
Okay, that's good. So maybe we talk about the aviation. On the aviation side, we'll further merger by mainland to deepen in the integration of the GBA. With the Hong Kong currency, what Jun say, strong framework is sufficient to embrace future development? How do you think?
So I think key issue is that how are we going to coordinate those multimodal transport? So aviation require high level of safety, also sometimes data protection law. So can we apply same standard to ferry operator, for example? And then are we allowing them to coordinate as airline coordinate with airline alliance, for example? Airline alliance is, of course, lose contract with the two to cooperate on certain transport. I think this kind of coordination should be provided for those intermodal operators, multimodal operators, so that transport operation will be more seamless. That will be the important question.
Okay. Yeah, as you mentioned before, Hong Kong still the first busier airport in the world. But I'm really concerned because during the COVID-19, and then most of our customers, they moving their cargo from China to overseas directly. So do you think we still have the competitors?
Two things. I mean, of course, aviation main business are passenger and cargo. You have to remember that cargo business was, good time during COVID. I'm from Korea, as you can tell, and my mom used to give a box of kimchi from Korea. Before it took 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really,
But
really
now
good.
during COVID, the logistics company, cargo company captured the opportunity.
Yeah.
Now it takes 1 day. So really, this cargo industry was not really affected by COVID-19. That's one. Passenger, yes, it's going to be our long-term challenge. During COVID, when there's a flight suspension, quarantine requirement, a lot of passengers decide to use rival airport as a connecting point. So Singapore is an example. Singapore used to have a 30% connecting ratio. During COVID, it almost reached to 50%. Half of them were transferring in Singapore. In part, Hong Kong couldn't provide the connecting point. But now aviation is back. I don't think passenger will, as I explained in my presentation, Hong Kong does have advantage, particularly geographical region, support infrastructure. So I'm not too worried about passenger side.
Oh, thank you. How about Paul? Do you think when we integrate with the GBA, how can we show our role, or how can we embrace the future developments for Hong Kong?
We certainly must be integrated into the GBA, and to my mind, it's probably not so much of a legal topic, but to my mind, it begins at HKG. We are reestablishing the fact that we have the world-class airport and facilities around that and interconnectedness. And when I look at projects like 11 Skies and the bridge and everything that's around that, it's incredibly exciting. I know New World is actually having their annual general meeting upstairs, so maybe they can hear it. 11 Skies is extremely interesting to me. But beyond that, it actually goes back to talent. And where we get that talent. And a lot of that talent can come from the GBA, but it also must come from internationally. I didn't mention earlier, but I also founded and run this industry group in Hong Kong called Astonish. It's about 700 members at its peak, and it was an industry group for aviation professionals in Hong Kong. Over the past years, particularly during COVID, our membership diminished very significantly. because a lot of those jobs and a lot of those professionals ended up going elsewhere, back to Europe or to the Americas or to Singapore. We need to get them back. And so that will be a critical part of that function as well. And all of that obviously includes legal talent as well from the GBA and elsewhere. That's true integration.
Okay, thank you. So maybe next we go through the maritime. It has taken over for a decade in 2009 to pave the way for Hong Kong Convention to enter into force by 26 June 2025. What should the shipping line sector and their legal team to do to prepare the change? How about why? How do you think?
Yes, I think the Hong Kong Convention has a long journey, and fortunately it's somewhat arduous, but finally we can see that coming to force. And as I mentioned from my previous slides, it's quite crucial to this, circular economy, because also it's the underpinning something to the ESG. Because, that also relates to the Basel Convention, and the legal issues. What we can see from here is how we can, just to bridge the gap or some kind of inconsistent between the Hong Kong Convention and the Basel Convention. Fortunately, according to the IMO, the working procedure, we hope that they can figure out some amendments and to just tackle these issues. And as to the Hong Kong Convention, I think we happen to see some kind of media report, especially for the we call this Southern Asia Continental, the ship recycling, the yards, they're just substandard and they create a lot of risk and definitely unhealthy to the workers work there. And on top of that, because the ships also has some of the elements which is the hazard or the poisonous materials we needed to be carefully deal with. So all in all, that is really a good development for the shipping industry, and we really look forward to Hong Kong, especially as the city named, could be the hosting the conferences to tackle, to discuss for the open dialogue, and work with the whole shipping industries of the world. Thank you.
Okay, so how about Stephen? Yeah, can you share?
Yeah, I think it's very much a change of mindset, and there was a photograph on one of Wei's slides of the sort of traditional breaking yards, the beaches in India and Bangladesh, where ships are run aground and dismantled where they are, and that has to change fundamentally. The EU has didn't wait for the Hong Kong Convention to come into force, and we've had the ship recycling regulation in the EU for a while now, which is similar to, but not exactly the same as the convention. I think there are opportunities as well for shipping businesses. I was talking to a client a couple of weeks ago, which has been scrapping some of their own older ships, or recycling. See, I don't even get the terminology right, but recycling some of their own older ships, and they're having developed that expertise in-house. They're now looking to sell that to other smaller shipping companies that don't have the expertise themselves. So there's a lot of work to be done, but there are big opportunities there as well.
Oh, it sounds good. So, okay, I would like to ask one more question before Q&A section. In the policy address, there are specific policy initiatives to promote Hong Kong aviation as a hub and maritime service as a hub. What should Hong Kong do to enhance in competitiveness in the regional and international area for the maritime and aviation sector to grow and scale? How about Paul? You first.
Thank you. I did hear the policy address, and I was very pleased with the focus on aviation and marine as well. But I guess to your direct question, if I understood it correctly, the one answer that keeps coming back to my mind is talent.
Yeah.
It is a service-driven industry, and when I say talent, speaking as someone that's been here for 16 years and considers it home, the talent, obviously I took my legal education overseas. I worked in London and New York before coming here. It doesn't necessarily mean that that talent has to come from overseas, but the focus on developing the talent has to be there, and it is there, but the realization has to be that it takes a generation or two to develop the actual deep expertise. And so I was quite pleased by it, but we still have a long journey ahead of us as well, but we're heading in the right direction in that sense.
Okay. How about why do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, I think Hong Kong, we needed to cultivate a resilient maritime ecosystem.
Ecosystem.
Yeah. And of course, I can't agree more. The talent is essential as the key to all the industry, because the maritime. And on top of that, I think Hong Kong registry, especially, we needed to attract more and more shipping or ships to be registered by Hong Kong flag, because at the end of the day, the shipping industry, maritime services, we will be more than happy to serve the ship owner, and all the maritime, services is just to work with them as the key pillar. So that's my view. Thank you.
Okay. So it seems talent is quite important. How do you think, Professor, the training in aviation law?
Okay, so I teach aviation law for undergraduate and graduate students at my senior HK law. One thing I can share with a big smile is that the class is always full. It's a big class. And I've trained, actually one of my former students is working in DOJ. So it's, I'm doing my role, but I don't think it's enough. I think we need to have more education support in the area of aviation law and maritime law. Can I just say one thing about the policy initiative?
Yep.
So one thing I found very interesting was the emphasis on bridge. So Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau bridge. I think really, I said that in my presentation, the future of aviation is not in the air, it's on the ground.
Yeah.
So really make them, the passengers should feel convenience when transport between the Hong Kong airport to Zhuhai. If we are able to do it, the role of Hong Kong as an international aviation hub will improve.
Yeah, also we are also promoting the multimodal we call. Yeah, no matter this is the air, ocean, and also the land, also one of the way shipping mode. Yeah. So how about Stephen?
Well, I agree with everything that's been said about training and talent attraction. Since we're in Legal Week, I'd also put in a pitch for technology in the courts, more use of technology in the courts. It's coming. It's coming slowly, but I think it needs to come faster, because it's fantastic that we have the court system that we have in Hong Kong, we have the arbitration system, but if people can get their cases decided quicker and cheaper and more conveniently elsewhere, they will do that. So I hope that will continue to develop, and of course the law needs to be kept under review. The UK has a world-leading arbitration law, but they've just gone through a substantial review of that, and we need to keep everything under review in Hong Kong as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have some questions from the audience already. I think the first question, Paul, maybe you maybe talking about aircraft leasing and service hub. Hong Kong's right to become an aircraft leasing and service hub. How can our advantages in rule of law support the development of this area?
Sure. Thank you very much. I guess the answer, I would refer back to my talk. So most of those points apply, including talent, but also just to note that there is, we were absolutely on the right path previously. And Hong Kong was becoming more and more of a hub for international aircraft leasing, and of course a lot of that is tax-driven and is driven by the tax incentives that are offered both by the jurisdiction itself and vis-a-vis the jurisdiction's bilateral agreements with other jurisdictions. And there's a current proposal in place to recapture and in effect also build upon that. I would just add, because we haven't touched on it at all here, but there's also another sector in aviation. We've touched on commercial passenger, cargo. There's another sector, it's private aviation. it's one that's near and dear to my heart. I was named the top private aviation lawyer in the world by Chambers, and I'm here in Hong Kong, and a big part of private aviation is also private aviation, private jet financing and leasing, and that's an area for further development. But that comes once we've bedded down our commercial aircraft leasing and financing regime.
Okay, thank you. So except the aviation, also why you touch the sales and ship finance and also resale. Okay, so how do you think, except the aviation, also I think the maritime, do we have any advantage for the rule of law to support?
Yes, I think the ship financing, as far as I know, Hong Kong has launched the most friendly tax regime for the leasings, which is quite attractive. And on top of that, for the ship finance segment, we can see more and more that we call the green financing loose is in the pipeline. For example, for the maritime leasing, is the Poseidon principles. So it would not be surprised, I would not be surprised in the not distant future that if the ship is quite ugly, it will be declined by the bank or the leasing institution just because totally against the ESG we mentioned. So again, that is the loser of the game, and we should focus on the green ship finance and what will create more opportunities for Hong Kong in the future. Thank you.
Okay. So the next question is related to AI and ChatGPT. Oh, it's very popular right now, especially in the education. So with the increasing use of the technology across all sectors, and transformation of industry will no doubt change the way disputes are resolved. How can the legal sector prepare for such change? So, any gentleman first? Stephen?
Well, I put in a bid for technology improvement in the courts earlier, so it's a theme with that. I'm not aware of any of our judges using ChatGPT to write their judgments. There was a case in England where a judge wrote a small part of his judgment using that. But the technology is there, and we need to be aware of it. There was talk of two AI making a contract without any human intervention. Before, I don't know if they're going to get AI lawyers to interpret that and AI judges to enforce it, but it's coming, and we need to be prepared for it.
Okay. Oh, so how about Paul?
Yeah, it's. I keep coming back to talent, but there was a recent instance where, for the first time ever, there was an AI to AI negotiation of a document without any human intervention. That just happened this week. But going back to the theme of leapfrogging, it presents a brilliant opportunity for legal talent in Hong Kong to become quick adopters and use it to leapfrog. There is no excuse for errors in typos in emails anymore. There's no excuse for bad grammar. It's a supplement to the human, and it's human and machine symbiosis. I teach at the Nelson Mandela School of Law, which is in South Africa, and we're training the attorneys of tomorrow for aviation finance, and I encourage them to use ChatGPT. We don't shy away from it at all. We want them to absolutely embrace it, because their work product, every little edge that they get to make up for perhaps disadvantages that they've had in the past is to their benefit. And I would encourage, I hope it's okay, but I would encourage everyone to use it properly and appropriately and ethically.
Okay, how about Wai? You have some idea?
Very short. I think we stay curious, embrace technology, listen to your client.
Okay, so because the time is running fast, maybe last question from the audience. Wow, so challenging. Because in the past few years, we have been so challenging for Hong Kong. And then expert and experienced practitioner in your prospective field, how do you see Hong Kong development in the future? The first, do you think Hong Kong will remain as an ideal place for high-value maritime and aviation service? Oh, Paul.
Absolutely, 100%, without a single doubt in my mind. That's why I live here.
Yeah, very
and
good,
I
yeah.
know
Support.
I don't leave. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe more than 100%. Bright future. Thank you.
So bright for us, okay. So how about Stephen? Still, yeah, same, 300%?
Yeah, I don't know how much further, how much higher we can go, but yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for all your time, and then we have a very good idea, insight from all our speakers. I hope you all enjoy it. Okay, thank you very much for all of time.
Thank you, Ms. Yuen, Mr. Weiss, Professor Lee, Mr. Zhuang, and Mr. Jubilee for the insightful exchanges and discussion. Please stay on stage and step forward for a group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Thank you. We will now have a short break and the next panel discussion on the art of art law where East meets West in Hong Kong will start at 11:30. Don't miss the chance to visit the exhibition booth set up for the first time during the Hong Kong Legal Week on the new developments and opportunities of legal services in Hong Kong, Macau, and the 9 mainland cities in the Greater Bay Area located opposite to this hall at room N206 to 208. Please take your valuables with you whenever you leave this hall, and please enjoy the refreshments in the designated areas outside the hall and return here before 11:30. For our online participants, see you after the short break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our event is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our event is about to start, so please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The topic of our second panel discussion is the art of art law where East meets West in Hong Kong. There will be a Q&A session after the panel discussion. For participants in the hall, if you have any questions for our panelists, please scan the QR code for Q&A and type your questions via the link. Without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Ms. Winnie Tam, SBS SC JP. And our panelists, Mr. Warren Zhang, Professor Stephen Gallagher, Professor Kelly Wong, and Ms. Morning Ng. Ms. Tam is the chairman of the board of Hong Kong Palace Museum. So, Ms. Tam, the floor is yours. Please.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the law, and colleagues in the art, and other friends who are interested in the topic. thank you very much for attending this session. We all know about the 14th five-year plan that President Xi has announced, which included Hong Kong as a center for 4 new additional areas. Now, we all know the 4 traditional areas where Hong Kong has been designated as the center of, including dispute resolution, and that has been a recurrent theme in this conference. But there are 2 new additional areas in the 14th plan, which touch on innovation and technology, and East meets West Center for international cultural exchange. Now, these 2 new areas are very exciting indeed, because it comes in time with Hong Kong opening its West Kowloon Cultural District. And we saw the opening of 2 new museums, which you would agree with me has transformed the scene, not only in that part of the district, but also the arts and cultural scene in Hong Kong. There is so much talk about it, and there's so much excitement and actual work and productions involved, which has brought a lot of inspiration and joy to citizens in Hong Kong and to the industries and to the professions. Now, what comes with it is a commercialization of these activities to build an ecosystem of writers, composers, artists, actors, singers, producers, arrangers, curators, conservationists, and last but not least, businessmen and investors. Some of you may know that I wear a few hats. Having been I'm a legal professional, but apart from that, I also serve in various public roles, and I have been the chairman of the Performing Arts Committee of the West Kowloon Cultural District. And also, since last September 2022, I have become the chairman of the board of the Hong Kong Palace Museum. It is a great honor to have been given that role, and it has given me a lot of inspiration, and I have often been deeply wrapped in thoughts on how to amalgamate these few skills and my roles that I have in order to help Hong Kong advance and eventually see the fruition of Hong Kong as an East meets West center for international culture exchange. We see a lot of encouraging signs of this happening already. If you're not already aware of it, the Sichu Center of West Kowloon Cultural District produces Chinese operas which are extremely advanced and progressive. And not only have they become popular in Hong Kong through shorter operatic performances, it has reached all parts of China and will go abroad, or has already been performed abroad, to excellent critical acclaim. The Art Festival of Hong Kong is bringing to Hong Kong many performances where the East meets the West. And these involve a lot of philanthropic moves on the part of the community in supporting the arts and to draw audience from all over and to give inspiration to local artists in producing more and more culturally rich performances and staging exhibitions in the museums and in other exhibition facilities. So the art and culture scene, I think you will agree with me, has become very, very active. And for this reason, it is a good time to discuss this topic. Rule of law, a core pillar of support for the 8 centers under the 14-5-year plan. And here we have assembled a very distinguished panel of speakers. First, we have Mr. Warren Cheng. Warren actually is the director of, or co-director of 2 exhibitions, Art Asia and Ink Asia. And I've recently been to the 2 exhibitions. They're very, very impressive. And they're not only an exhibition of modern and ancient art and artifacts and paintings, and there were, in fact, a lot of very modern elements, which I will let Warren introduce. My second speaker is Professor Stephen Gallagher from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Professor Gallagher has a deep interest in antiquities and artifacts, and he will give his views on how he sees Hong Kong as being well positioned as a legal hub and an international dispute resolution center to facilitate and to support a lively art and antiquities scene. And next we have Monin Ng. Monin told me that she would like to be introduced as a blockchain lawyer. You will see from publicly available information that she has a QR code which shows her DAO on blockchain that you can connect. And Monin will give her views on NFT and its dealings and tradings and how the law should support it. And last but not least, we have Professor Kenny Wong, a longtime colleague in intellectual property. Kenny is the chairman of the Intellectual Property Committee of the Law Society of Hong Kong. So without further ado, I shall let Warren take the stage. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Winnie, for the introduction. It's such a privilege to be among such esteemed panelists and moderator. As the only person on this panel not coming from a law background, I was advised by my lawyer not to talk too much about law, but more on the art side. So, okay, all right. So today I want to share with you the art side of this art law, and mainly in 3 topics. So first, I want to briefly summarize the recent situation of the art market globally. And then I want to talk about Hong Kong's unique position in the art market, both in terms of the past and going forward. And lastly, I want to share with you a challenge that we have faced and a proposition that comes along. So in the past year, the art market was a paradoxical place. So you might hear someone said the art market was down, and you might hear someone said the art market was up, it was really good. So how do we make sense of this? When we say the art market was down, as you can see on these headlines, Christie's modern and contemporary sale was down over 60%. A lot of market favorites didn't sell, such as Basquiat and Richter. And somewhere closer to home, Hong Kong, Sotheby's auction didn't meet pre-sale estimates, and sell-through rate lower than 80%. That's a pretty grim picture. But if you look at the flip side, the art market was also up, because even though sales was down first half this year, it has already gone better than pre-COVID times. And if we broaden the definition of the art market and look at art toys, it has grown at an staggering 17% compound annual growth rate all the way to 2030. And if we look at a luxury brand, LV, the brand, not the group, doubled in 5 years, largely thanks to the accelerated by the collaboration with artist Kusama Yayoi. So how do we make sense of all these? Why is it up? Why is it down? So I often find insight can be derived from breaking things down into segments. So here I've broken down the art market into 3 segments. And we realize that when we talk about the art market, it is usually the top segment that we talk about. I always like to use Kusama's work as an example because her work does permeate into every segment. So here, artwork, of course, means the installation, the oil painting that she does. And from a legal perspective, the topic that we're concerned here are transfer of ownership, guarantee, NDA, that type of topic. So that's very traditional. But what we didn't realize is that there are actually 2 more segments below that are growing rapidly. The second segment is the limited art print, usually around 100 to 500, and then signed by the artist, still very high quality, they say, and also very scarce, and there's a market for this. And the third segment are the really mass market segment that goes from $100 telephone case to leather bags that can cost upwards of tens of thousands. So these lower 2 segments actually represent a huge new frontier on the art market that requires very different types of mindset perspective because we're dealing with a lot of different types of people, different medium, and a very global front. So in light of such a change, how can Hong Kong adjust and become good and become well-equipped to take advantage of this? It's important to take a step back and take a look why Hong Kong has been top 3 art hub in the world for the past few decades. Hong Kong has been well-equipped because of all these things I've listed, favorable tax environment, robust rule of law, multi-stage resolution clauses, and a very mature contract law system. But going forward with these new 2 segments, with this broader sense of the art market, what does it take? What would it take for Hong Kong to be good, to be a hub for such activities? And I believe one specific legal field would be very important, and that is the IP protection and the licensing. So in the art and culture world, if we look at institutions and companies, for those who have taken this part seriously, they've actually done very well. There are tremendous opportunities. And opportunities doesn't have to mean monetary opportunities. Right? For museum, the Metropolitan Museum went all open access, which means they made everything in their archive CC0, and they've reached great results with a hugely increased engagement and also exposure. Along the same line, Van Gogh Museum partnered with Pokemon earlier this year and draw huge audiences from both sides, both the traditional art world and also the young Pokemon-loving crowd. If we look at monetarily, Palace Museum in Beijing actually made a lot of money, 1 billion RMB revenue last year, purely from licensing products. And very similarly, the Sanxingdui Museum, although also did very well, they've expressed that they're combating very hard against unlicensed products. And as if those weren't enough opportunities, there are more in the plan to come. Here in Hong Kong, we're very lucky. We're given tremendous support in the next 14 5-year plan to become 8 centers, but 2 are of concern in this topic: the East Meets West Center for International Culture Exchange and the Regional IP Trading Center. So in the outline, there are a lot of opportunities that promises a lot of new jobs, new kinds of jobs, and a very dynamic marketplace. With opportunities also comes challenges. So let me share with you a real-life challenge that we have faced in Inc. Asia. Last month was our big art fair, And for this art fair, we wanted to create an immersive art display to showcase the 1,000-year development of ink art. And throughout ink art history, there have been a few monumental landmark paintings that marks breakthroughs in the history. And these paintings are in different museums across the world under different licensing agreements. So we wanted to showcase it, but we realized that there are licensing limitations that we need to abide by. 70 years was the magic number, we were told, and that we should be all right, given all these paintings were done before, hundreds of years ago. But then we realized that a lot of these paintings were not on display due to their fragile nature, and therefore the only available material are online images taken by the museum within 70 years. So then we weren't sure we can use these images without asking. And given a time constraint, we end up not using it. We still created something that we're very proud of, but our full vision could not be realized. So coming from that experience, we want to share a proposition, and that is an art and culture IP asset bank. In an ideal world, we want to invite art and culture institutions to submit their collection. And in this bank, there will be multi-tiered infrastructure to help go to market. If you're looking to profit, then there are easy to use, ready to use licensing agreement. If you're museums who are looking for engagement and reach, there are free CC0 licensings that are ready to use. The goal is to create a safe and a confidence-inspiring environment for creators to thrive, and also maybe they can even be endorsed by IP owners. Right? This is an ideal world that we're painting. And we realized that the HKTDC have something similar, the Asia IP exchange. This would be different because this would be art and culture focused versus theirs is an all-encompassing platform that includes design, trademark, etc. And ours would be more of an incubator and less of a platform. So hopefully I've shared with you my vision, my experience, and I think the future looks very promising. And we have enough resources, we have enough talents here in Hong Kong to truly make this work. So I look forward to learning from all of you and working with all of you. Thank you very much.
In fact, the original plan is for the 4 speakers to make their presentations before I fire questions, but the questions are so burning, I need to ask them now. Because I'm really interested, and I haven't told you I was going to ask this question before, Warren, so you're put to the test.
All right.
Now, my question springs from my own personal experience of trying to sort of manage everything in my various public roles. Now, how do you think Hong Kong can encourage entrepreneurship in IP licensing in relation to art? Now, there are 2 prongs to the question. One, we know that there is modern art, and there's not much of a problem, I mean, less of a problem, I would say, because you go to Yayoi Kusama's manager or agent, and then you ask for a license, all right? For other less prominent works or artists, it may be a problem. And I have noted that you have this proposal, which is very interesting, and I would personally very much support. Now, the more tricky part is the antiquities and the artifacts. Some people think that, well, if the artifact is sitting in a museum, then the museum owns the IP rights in it. But actually, I mean, all the IP lawyers know that if you're talking about the shape, the design, or the graphic work, the artistic work as it is, copyrights expire. But of course, there can be generated different rights which will still be available for protection, and such as a very precise 3D image of the work. Right, so how do we, in these circumstances, encourage entrepreneurship? Because it takes investment, it takes risks. I would love to have your view at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for taking up a bit of time. So I think to encourage entrepreneurship, there needs to be a push and a pull, right? So when I mean pull, I mean that it needs to be an environment where it encourages it. So what's a good environment that we can provide? I briefly touched up on the presentation, and that is a worry-free environment, right? With these IP infringement that could go up to millions, and if your project was not successful, no one would even bother asking you. So in order to create such an environment, someone needs to come out and say, this is the line beneath which you're free to do whatever you want to do, and above which you need to be careful. So Hong Kong is lacking such an entity. And for big entities, for big companies, it's okay for them because they have in-house lawyers. But if we were talking about entrepreneurship, we're talking about young creators, they have no resources. There's probably a one-man company or not even a company. So in order to encourage that type of entrepreneurship, we need an environment. And at the same time, I think there needs to be a push for this, because coming from an art and culture background, specializing in antiquities, we know how much content, how much awesome content are in there. And we want the youth, we want students to explore that and to bring them to the forefront. And therefore, I think there needs to be a push and a pull. And I think we have the resources to do it. Just someone needs to come out and say, this is how it's done.
Thank you very much, Warren. Without further ado, may I invite Professor Gallagher to the podium.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say at the beginning that I need to apologize for my slides, because I've been lucky enough to see my fellow panelists' slides, and I see they've got wonderful, beautiful images all over them, and I'm afraid mine are a little bit boring. I think it's because I'm a teacher. We tend not to use the most attractive slides at times. My message is very simple today, and that is just that Hong Kong works. And it does work as a jurisdiction when you have disputes over art and antiquities. It works really because our legal system here is remarkably simple at times, and that's a wonderful thing. The fact that it is simple and that it can be explained simply to people, and then we can use that as a basis for coming to an agreement rather than having to resort to the courts. So I just wanted to try and get part of that message across. So Hong Kong does work. Others are already starting to discuss some of the laws that we've got in Hong Kong to do with art and antiquities, particularly the intellectual property, and I think we'll be coming back to that again, and it's a really interesting area, everything to do with art and intellectual property. Also, of course, when Monin's going to be talking about non-fungible tokens, and I think there are lots of interesting aspects that come in there. But my focus is generally on the benefits of the common law system for dealing with issues that come up to do with art and antiquities and transactions involving them, particularly issues of title. So I need to give an admission. Before I came to the law, I was an antiques dealer. So that's, I think, gives me quite an interesting perspective on things. One of the things that is interesting is we talk about contracts and all these different terms in contracts and everything else. But my experience of working in the art and antiques world is that things are remarkably relaxed at times. A lot of things are done on a handshake, on a word. And of course, that's great. We've got lots of reputable people, lots of honest people that get involved in the art and antiques world. But every so often there are misunderstandings or issues arise. And you do need to resort perhaps to at least talking to lawyers. So having an understanding of how the antiques world works helps, I think, in trying to resolve some of these disputes as well. I have helped resolve a number of disputes involving title issues in Hong Kong since I arrived back in 2009. Started really in 2010. I've also dealt with some issues in other jurisdictions as well. I can't really discuss any of those because most of them were resolved successfully with people wanting their dispute to remain confidential. It's one of the things about the art market as well. Lots of very expensive transactions with little publicity. And the parties involved, if there is an issue, again, they don't want publicity. That goes for all of the parties involved, particularly for the dealers, the auction houses and others, because reputation is all in the art world as well. So it's a very important thing to remember. I found that actually Hong Kong is a lot easier to solve problems, it seems, than when I dealt with things in the UK and the US, particularly because of complex issues to do with US law in different states, and I don't know very much about US law, so that was always a bit of an issue. But in the UK, I found that people were far more willing to go to court. They wanted to litigate. And when you try to resolve things, you try to explain the drawbacks, the costs, the time, and everything else, people seem to dig their heels in and just wanted to litigate. So Hong Kong, maybe it's just a mindset. People seem more into, let's come up with a solution, let's try and make everyone reasonably happy with what goes on. So why does it work? For me, when it's come to issues of title, it's that simple common law principle. So I'll read the Latin, just because lawyers love Latin. Nemo dat quod non habet. It's the simplest principle of the common law, isn't it? You know, no one may give what they do not have. It sounds so simple. If you don't own something, you can't sell it. If it isn't yours, you can't give it away, you can't sell it. But it's such a brilliant principle, because when we do have issues, being able to explain that to people who are involved in a dispute and say, look, you may have paid for this, you may believe you have the right to it, but if we have got this issue in title, we can go to court, we can fight, you are not going to win, and that's just going to cost more money. So if we can come to some resolution whereby you don't lose everything and perhaps the other side have to make some contribution as well, we can come to a solution that benefits all. So even those who have bought in good faith, the bona fide purchaser, may find it difficult to resist returning items unless they have exercised due diligence. And that, again, is the important thing of this principle in Hong Kong, because having a principle like that in Hong Kong means that if you are buying and if you are selling, you have to exercise due diligence. And that means that our art and antiquities market, we have got a lot of people who do care about the provenance of items. They do care about title. They do care other issues to do with authenticity and everything else, because again, it's their reputation. And they don't want to upset their clients. They want their clients to come back and buy again, so they want to look after them. So the principle works very well in encouraging due diligence. We have got some exceptions. We have got some good faith purchaser provisions. Of course, we've got a provision in the limitation ordinance, which I like to think of as the double good faith conversion principle. So if someone buys something that turns out to have an issue with its title in good faith, and then someone else buys that from them, a subsequent conversion, then if more than 6 years has elapsed from the original purchase, well then the original owner, their title is extinguished. But the burden is on the person who has purchased this to establish that both purchases were in good faith. And that's a heavy burden to discharge at times. Again, Kenyon and Mackenzie have discussed that in an article back in 2002, explaining how that worked in different legal systems. They didn't consider Hong Kong. They were looking at Australia. They were criticizing Australia. They talked about the US and the UK and said some of the problems there. But in Hong Kong, I think you've got a high burden to establish a double good faith purchase to actually establish a title. We've also got an antiquated provision, which I have often criticized in our law in Hong Kong. This is Section 24 of the Sales of Goods Ordinance, which is the old English market avert principle. The idea that if you bought goods at a market, at a shop where these things are usually sold, and that you have bought them in good faith and paid a fair price, then you get title to the goods as well. Again, the burden is on the purchaser. And if we look through our case law, there aren't many cases when people have successfully been able to claim the use of market avert to do this. So we have got provisions, but they require, again, the exercise of due diligence. So they make our purchasers take care when they buy as well, and try only to buy from those that they trust and they respect. So that's all part of the benefit. I just wanted to quickly exemplify how this can work in high-profile cases that we can discuss, and how sometimes we see the problems of not having a simple Nemo DAP provision in your law. Two cases. The first is the Buddha on your left is a red sandstone Buddha. It's a 4th century Indian Buddha, which was purchased by the National Gallery of Australia in 2007. They didn't exercise due diligence. They bought from dealers that they thought they could trust, but these were dealers that perhaps weren't subject to the same sort of restrictions that other dealers are. They bought from a New York dealer. She had purchased this from another New York dealer who was an Indian dealer who had actually obtained this Buddha in very dubious circumstances. Things started to go wrong for the gallery in 2011 when the first dealer was arrested, originally in Germany, extradited to India. He stood trial in India shortly afterwards, and he's now just finished a 10-year sentence in India. He won't come out of jail. It's a very strange story. He won't come out of jail at the moment. Why? Because the Americans are waiting to extradite him. So he's sitting in an Indian jail. He won't come out of the Indian jail. Anyway, the National Gallery of Australia, 2014, the stories are breaking, and of course, suddenly there are issues with the provenance of this. The provenance trail, the real provenance that was given here was a single letter which purported to be from an original purchaser of this Buddha in Hong Kong in the 1960s. It was a very flimsy piece of provenance for this particular Buddha. There was no litigation in the end. There was no dispute. The gallery gave this back to India. But if they had, we have 4 common law jurisdictions involved. We have India, Hong Kong, the US, and Australia. And the Nemo DAP principle, in theory, should have worked quite well if there had been. The other figure is the figure of a monk on the right-hand side. The mummified monk figure, many will know the story of this. This was a figure that was stolen from a temple in southern China back in 1995. It ended up with a collector in the Netherlands. When it was discovered that this Buddha was in the Netherlands, of course, the villagers in southern China tried to get the Buddha back. They went to court in the Netherlands. It became a protracted dispute. A number of friends of mine were involved in the dispute, and we've had speakers at CUHK talking about some of the issues. It was an example of really where, I'm afraid, the civil law system in the Netherlands failed the villagers in China. The state in China tried to get involved as well. In the end, the court in the Netherlands said that the villagers in southern China did not have standing to actually be able to bring their action in the Netherlands. The collector in the Netherlands quite arrogantly had at times told the court that the court had no jurisdiction over him anyway. At one point he told the court, I've already sold this figure. I've sold it to someone who's very powerful. It doesn't matter what you say, you're not going to get it back. Now, I don't think you could say that to a judge in Hong Kong. I think if you said that to a judge in Hong Kong, they'd be tempted to challenge you on that matter. So again, problems. In fact, it's a really interesting case because, of course, subsequently, a court in China in 2020 took jurisdiction over the matter and issued a judgment under what they called the lex ferti, a principle of the law that should apply here is the law of the jurisdiction from which it was stolen. And they made an order for the recovery of the Buddha. But again, unfortunately, the Buddha hasn't been returned yet. I think Hong Kong works, but it could be better. I think one of the things we should be encouraging is, as the Chief Executive has been encouraging us, alternative dispute resolution, arbitration. And many of you will know, in the previous panel, there was talk of the Court of Arbitration for Aviation. Well, there's also a Court of Arbitration for Art now in The Hague. And I think Hong Kong has the expertise to perhaps set itself up also as an arbitration jurisdiction. We've got the experts in art, particularly in Asian art and antiquities. We've got the experts in the law, and we've got people who mix both together, as you can see from people on the panel here today. So I think that would be something we should be thinking of in the future. Hong Kong works, but it could be better. I've been a critic of the Sale of Goods Ordinance and said that we should amend it to get rid of the market avert provision. As always, my students have been very good at educating me. I was always worried that this would set us up as a jurisdiction where people would think that you could buy things that had dubious title and you could keep them. The more I discussed this with my students, we sort of realized that the provision is there, it doesn't really work. So why I would say is remove it is signal to the world that you are a jurisdiction that people can trust. Also, we need to emphasize Hong Kong is a jurisdiction where you can have confidence in your purchase, because of the strength of the law protecting original owners, which means that those who are involved in the art trade here have to be sure about provenance, about title, when they sell things, because they want to look after their clients, their customers as well. One thing I would suggest is one local police officer who's very active in the Hong Kong art market, has been very interested for many years and sometimes comes to talk at CUHK about some of the issues in the art world. He has suggested that we might want to amend our anti-money laundering ordinance, perhaps to cover art and antiquities dealers. I know there'll be a lot of dealers who'll say we don't want the added burden, but the auction houses already do this. They exercise due diligence. They use all of the know your client provisions and everything else, and I don't think that would be a problem for the major dealers in Hong Kong. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen, for such an interesting presentation with actual cases. I happen also to be a member of the Law Reform Commission, and those proposed amendments are well taken note, and I'm sure our colleagues, the colleagues in the DOJ, will also take note of these very good suggestions. Thank you so much. Next we have Monin Ng. Thank you very much, Monin.
Hi, learned friends, 尊敬的同仁. I usually do online seminars with Downey, my virtual lawyer and colleague, so I feel a bit exposed here in real life. My name is Monin, or you can call me Downey. Downey does pro bono legal advice for young artists, so we're very much passionate about empowering young artists to be aware of their legal rights. And we have a lot of them asking questions about sale of arts over Instagram and other social media. Here I've asked AI. My topic will be on AI, NFT, and law. Generate me a picture, and this is what it produces. And I have to say, all the artworks are for educational purposes only, or I have a right to use them. But as we will see, AI-generated artwork is not copyrightable, so I'm free. This is an AI-generated artwork of Rembrandt. They have, in Amsterdam, worked with a lot of the collectors to generate an AI machine algorithm that produces very close or sometimes indecipherable authentic pieces, or perceived to be authentic pieces. So what is AI art? Everyone has different definitions, but it's safe to say that it's a deployment of artificial intelligence to produce visual artwork. So there are lots of copyright issues. It's not an easy define, because AI, we need to take it in stages, and it's becoming very important in relation to intellectual property rights, because AI is becoming accessible to everyone. So if we open this so-called floodgate to allow copyright to be owned by AI-generated output, then what will it become of our intellectual property protection of humans? Where lies the creativity? So this is recent. Mr. Allen generated an artwork with AI machines, and he applied to be copyrighted with the US Copyright Bureau. It was rejected due to the AI substantive output of the artwork. So the ruling was that his input and his own creativity was de minimis, very minimal. This is the output of the artwork. As you can see, it's really intricate. There are many details to it, even though Mr. Allen said that he has done more than 500 revisions, touch-ups, and polishing. the Copyright Bureau still says, no, you're not entitled. So that is the position in the US. In the UK, similar with Hong Kong, so we require originality by a human to gain the protection under the intellectual property regime. What about in Hong Kong? Hong Kong is settled under the Copyright Ordinance. We protect original artwork with skill and label. There's always the human toil to the creation. And who can register, who can own the copyright? Because copyright, as soon as you produce this, you own the right. But Hong Kong law affords individual or entities the copyright. But what about machines? Neither an individual or an entity. That begs the question. So this is the UK Copyright Act. If someone generates an artwork by a computer, there are certain circumstances where the human could be the copyright owner, where there's no human intervention, in theory. In Hong Kong, there are provisions which says if there's a person that arranges the computer graphics, then that could be copyrightable. I just want to throw these pointers out there to excite thinking around this issue. So how do you generate AI artwork? It's usually by prompts. So, and we know data is not copyrightable. So if you are a good prompt artist or generator, then does that mean you should own the copyright? If another person enters the same prompt, generates the same copyright, would that be an infringing act? What about the algorithm and the developers, programmers who produce those algorithms and software? What sort of rights or portion of the proceeds should they enjoy? What about the training materials that is fed into the machine? I have an artist friend in the UK. She took 200 pictures of butterflies, which is an interest, fed into the machine, generated an artwork. I mean, without a doubt, the generated artwork would belong to her. But what if you take infringing materials from the internet? What about the outcome? And if everyone resorts to AI works, what about the substantive similarity? How do we compare one artwork versus the next and judge who owns what? So we used to identify the contribution of an author, which is now problematic. There is no question in AI artwork, whether copyrightable or not, that there is some form of human intervention. But the right must attach to the contributor. Then who is the contributor would be up for a discussion. Turning to NFT artwork. So there are many layers to an NFT. And this is for young lawyers as well who are interested in this space. It touches on a broad spectrum of law. And everything is in flux. Talking about relaxed law in the blockchain area, which we practice day in, day out, a lot of times our clients have no law, no terms and conditions. I used to be with Magic Circle in international cross-border M&A. In my current practice, it's a no-brainer. I keep saying to myself, it can't be that easy, but it's just so easy. There's no law on any platform. So we keep saying to clients, please don't test the law, try and not be as naughty. So we try to hold them back and give them some protection, but they say minimal this, minimal that, can we not have? So to the tune of that, my slides is try to be as few words as possible. So we have the original NFT. So when I bought Downey, I bought the NFT right. someone at the company Yuga Labs would have been on the drawing board and come up with the prototype drawing of the ape. So the company Yuga Labs employed a team of graphic designers, and they own the copyright to the drawing. But the derivative crypto blockchain asset called the NFT, actually I just own the hash code to the NFT. So there are terms and conditions on Bored Ape Yacht Club website that grants me a worldwide commercial use of Downy in whatever form and shape. So with Downy, the NFT, I will then be able to commercialize into sneakers and other products, and I get to keep the proceeds of the commercialization. So the idea behind this particular collection was it was the first of its kind, and they just wanted to get the word out. They wanted to build a community. They wanted to have like-minded people from all over the world come together. So they launched 10,000 different copies of the Bored Ape. Recently in Hong Kong, last week, there was an Ape Fest event where all the ape holders arrived in Hong Kong. A good case of East meets West from everywhere in the world. In Mongolia, there are all sorts of talent that comes into this space, and we're all nerds, and we speak the same non-language of, non-polite conversation. We're just there to hang out and chill. So it was a very fun. It's like a family. So I wear my Downy T-shirt in the streets. People come up to me, "Oh, you're the family," and yeah, hi, give me a 5. So it's that community that promotes this Bored Ape Yacht Club instead of any intellectual property rights, which to me would be restrictive. So as with AI, which is more open source, can IP, now I'm challenging all the lawyers in the room, be open source, but allowing and promoting more creativity into this space, because everyone will feel they own the project. So going on with the NFT, there are many different layers now with the NFT. So for Bored Ape, it's a collectible. It's an artwork. I had this argument going to a after-party event with someone who is a fine art collector in the lift. 30 seconds, and he was arguing with me about, "Oh, I collect fine art, blah, blah, names, and I collect Bored Ape. That's not art, so no point arguing." So I said, "I'm a lawyer, just you have a right to remain silent." Anyway, so the NFT could be a collectible. If you're a collectible, the SFC says that's a genuine digital representation of an artwork. That's fine. That's not the remit of the SFC. Now, when the NFT starts gaining value, that's, I suppose, fine too if it remains a collectible. If the NFT starts becoming an investment akin to securities, again, if you launch it to the wider public, of course, investors' protections come into play. And then the SFC regulations, collective investment scheme, pool investments, whether you have the KYC, AML, whether you keep a record, how do you deal with buy and sell, what disclosure should you make, should you need a prospectus or memorandum, all come into play. That's why our practice is international as well. We always chase after jurisdiction, so jurisdiction shopping. I'm very, very happy with the Hong Kong opening of the Web3 regime and welcoming all these, because a lot of crypto exchange projects stem from Hong Kong. They originate from Hong Kong. Even FTX, Sam Bankman was in our office, but they migrated outside of Hong Kong. So I know from the SFC standpoint that this is the beginning of relaxation of all the digital assets law. So I hope everyone will return to Hong Kong as with the Ape Fest. So that's a security, but NFT could be a membership right to a club, as the Bored Ape Yacht Club, or a voting right. on decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, which we have advised more than 50. And I would want to say a lot, which we're very passionate about the smart company on the blockchain, which then would obliterate our company registration. I shouldn't say this, but the company's registry could reinvent themselves as a smart company registry. So let me just, okay, so NFTs could be a collateral as well, and there are a few court cases that I will go through quickly. Janice is a Singapore case where the Bored Ape was used as a collateral. The lender wants to call off the loan and sell it, foreclose the ape and sell it at a higher price on the open market. Janice sought an injunction in Singapore courts to stop the sale, which was allowed, but then there was no identifier of a person, because on the blockchain, everyone is identified with the hash code. The court said it's sufficient description of the defendant and allowed the injunction to take place. So the other case is in Hangzhou. This is an NFT of a famous fat tiger. Artist belonging to a company. A person NFT this fat tiger with receiving a vaccine, and because whoever uploaded this NFT could not be found, the platform was sued, and it seems that the platform has liability as well for not checking the IP, qualifying the IP, sanitizing before uploading to the platform. Now, we need, of course, a regime of IP rights that work in this sector on the blockchain. So can we have, this is my proposition, an IP registry on the blockchain where licensing takes place, where for copyright, as long as you produce, you can upload to the blockchain, and that authenticates and timestamp your right. So I just want to close with a slide, the last slide, about East and West. We have a NFT project from the West by Art Blocks called Friendship Bracelets. And with a few friends, we are thinking to do a Oriental bracelets to promote an art fair of different global digital artists coming together. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Morning. Thank you. The legal position in respect of AI and copyright is a subject of much interest. And in fact, only yesterday, I gave a lecture at the China Appointed Testing Officers Association on this very topic. Basically, the very important theme is that creative input from a human is still requisite as a matter of law. And there is no question of self-generated artwork, and for someone we do not know who, for example, the AI platform getting all the rights. At the moment, that is not possible. Not in all the case law that we've studied in civil and common law jurisdictions. This is something really beyond the lawyer's pay grade. This is a socio-economic policy which is to be hammered out. And then regarding text and data mining exception, and that is when you input materials for an AI platform to train it, what is accepted in terms of whether that would still, whether the use of unlicensed material would constitute infringement. That is something which different countries are adopting different policies of. In the UK, they have previously decided to put in this data mining exception, and then earlier this year they withdrew from it because of different voices in the industry. So we are seeing all sorts of development. And Kenny, now may I invite you to share your PowerPoint.
I'm sure you have gathered by now that technology, globalization, and I would add diversity, have expanded the art market exponentially. This results in new opportunities, broader audience, and extended market reach. Artists now have access to a wide range of tools and platforms that allow them to experiment with different mediums, techniques, and styles, and to create, distribute, and share their works in ways that were previously unimaginable. Intellectual property laws remain vital to art progression and commercialization. IP empowers artists to express their ideas and unique perspectives and fosters an environment which encourages creativity and innovation. At the same time, IP protects the artist's economic and moral rights. Artists can only enter into licensing, collaborations, partnerships, and other commercialization arrangements confidently if they know their creation will be protected. By monetizing their creation, artists can sustain their artistic pursuit, invest in their careers, take risks in exploring new avenues, and continue to contribute to a vibrant and dynamic art scene. Before I move on, I would like to point out that copyright is not the only relevant IP right in art. Many patents protect improvements in the quality of materials used for art or protect functional improvements to art tools or production techniques. Where artists developed or uses proprietary techniques and know-how which are not publicly known, trade secret or confidentiality may protect them. When it comes to branding, trademarks become relevant. For example, Banksy, the renowned British street artist, has registered and enforced his monkey science series as trademarks, so it's certainly no monkey business. Art is now amongst the top 5 alternative investments in many economies. It is no longer the exclusive domain of high net worth private collectors, large corporations, and museums at auctions. Hong Kong's strategic geographical location, its unique blend of Eastern and Western cultures, its diversified and dynamic cosmopolitan aura, and efficient infrastructure stimulate art expression and interaction, and draws artists, curators, collectors, dealers, and arts enthusiasts from around the world to Hong Kong. Coupled with its status as a financial center and its low and simple tax rate with no foreign exchange control, Hong Kong is now the second largest art trading center in the world. Our current system instills confidence in the creation and trading of art and resolution of related disputes. Hong Kong's solid IP regime, sound legal and judicial systems provide effective IP control, IP protection. Professor Gallagher has shared with you why arbitration may be the preferred resolution for disputes related to art. I would like to add that Hong Kong was the first in Asia to clarify and confirm the arbitrability of IP disputes. This enhances Hong Kong's status as a leading center for international legal and dispute resolution services. With the interim arbitral measures arrangement signed with the mainland, Hong Kong is the first and only non-mainland jurisdiction where parties to arbitration can apply to the mainland courts for interim relief. In case litigation becomes inevitable, our IP specialist list facilitates speedy handling and adjudication of IP cases by the court. With the direction of the National 14th Five-Year Plan and the opportunities arising from the Greater Bay Area development and the Belt and Road initiatives, Hong Kong enjoys a huge head start in developing into an art and international cultural exchange center. As you know, it's now very easy to use computer software to produce visually attractive artworks. Yet the expansion of art world into digital is not without challenges. Digital artworks can be borrowed, adapted, or even claimed by others without authorization or proper attribution. Since collaboration, open source initiatives, and remix culture are common in the digital art community, it becomes increasingly difficult to determine the original creator, and the lines between original and derivative works blur. This phenomenon is also true for contemporary art, which often involves appropriation, reinterpretation, or transformation of existing ideas or works. At the same time, compared to physical art forms, digital art can be more easily, instantly, and extensively copied, shared, and disseminated. All these impact upon the concept of authorship and originality and creates complications in enforcement. It is therefore important to ensure that our laws are up to speed with the evolution of new art forms and expressions to ensure proper recognition of authorship, ownership, and rights. Hong Kong is committed to updating and improving its IP laws. On the patent side, besides introducing original patent ground and expanding our substantive examination capacity, the government has recently launched a pilot project with the mainland to enable Hong Kong patent applicants to enjoy priority examination in the mainland. In addition, to encourage more R&D activities, transformation, and commercialization of patented inventions, a bill will be introduced in the first half of next year to reduce the tax rate for qualifying profits derived from patents significantly from the current 16.5% to 5%. On the trademark front, Hong Kong is completing the preparation for the implementation of the Madrid International Trademark Registration System this year. The Madrid system provides a convenient and streamlined process for trademark owners to obtain trademark registration in over 100 countries, including China, using one single international registration. With respect to copyright, after the recent amendment, the government has scheduled to review our copyright law regarding the protection for AI technology development. As you have heard from Monin, the US Copyright Office has repeatedly denied copyright protection for works created by generative AI. The US courts have also maintained that their copyright law recognizes only human and not machine authorship. On the other hand, Hong Kong's copyright law, which is the same as the UK in this respect, takes a simplistic approach. We offer protection to we offer protection to computer-generated works. It would therefore be very interesting to see how the law may develop in this area. In this relation, Monique also mentioned very briefly about the establishment of an IP register. I'll take this opportunity to also say that the Law Society also advocates for a feasibility study of introducing a voluntary copyright registration to Hong Kong. To facilitate IP trading, the government will support the enhancement of TDC's Asia IP exchange portal across different sectors. In this regard, I'm sure the government will take into consideration the views just expressed by Warren for an art and culture-focused IP asset bank. Besides improving our IP laws, the government also engages in educating the public about the benefits of IP and in assisting enterprises in building up their IP manpower capacity. The Law Society has been supporting these initiatives by helping with the design and delivery of training and education courses, which have so far trained over 11,000 participants and reached over 160,000 students. In addition, members of the Law Society have given free IP consultation sessions for hundreds of SMEs. It is always very challenging, but we must keep up with the rapid pace of evolution in art, technology, and the operating environment. Our policymakers, artists, and legal experts must work together to formulate new strategies to protect and promote new forms of art expression. I'm sure with a Hong Kong can-do spirit, we can neatly position and secure Hong Kong as an East meets West center for international art and cultural exchange. This is the end of our sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenny. We have heard more than one speaker advocating an IP registry. Now, this concept is actually one step removed from a licensing platform. I would like to supplement information that, in fact, already there are on the market products or companies marketing platforms which archive artworks and artifacts and antiquities, and then store on its platform, very, very highly secured platform, information, images, and digital files of everything you need, from operating in a museum to licensing certain IP or certain parts of the IP out for research, for merchandises, and for purposes to be controlled by the licensor. So I think that is a very good start, and I understand several museums around the world are already, subscribing to platforms of this kind. The Palace Museum of Beijing is building, through the past 10 years, actually, building its own digital archive of the many, tens of thousands and possibly millions of artifacts which it has in store. But this is a very, very complex and enormous task because of all the scholarship that has to go into it in order to make sure that everything is correct and well researched, because you don't want an archive which you keep having to change or correct or rectify. And for modern art, that is less of a problem, and archiving is very important. And then, basically, for layman's terms, you then try to turn part of it or some of it into a trade catalog, and then licensing and business can then start from there with control via blockchain. And everything is on record, and how users have been made, quantities, etc., will all be on record. I think that tallies with the ideas which some of our speakers have touched on today. Now, there is an interesting question, and it was a question which I was going to ask Stephen, Professor Gallagher. It says, I am sure the participants that the panelists are aware of the true and complex story of Geert Van Jansen. Now, this is a very famous forger who is good at forging master's paintings into ones which not even the curators in the museums are able to tell are fakes. With the advanced technology of AI, we are going to have many AI Geert Jan Jansen, and the picture of Comte de Bellamy, the investment of Microsoft in making that Rembrandt painting is an example. How will the art industry deal with such challenges? It has to do with how our rule of law system, how our systems of dispute resolution could combat issues in authenticity and provenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, the art world has had a long history of fakes and forgers, and it's a very strange thing, isn't it? Because we all worry about authenticity, and authenticity is a big issue in the art market, but we seem to love these fakes and forgers. So these people become immensely famous, and if you go to Netflix, you can watch Made You Look and find out about the downfall of the Nodler Gallery and all these wonderful fakes that were made and everything else. I think AI, as with all other criminal activities, criminals are going to take advantage of the technology. So AI is going to give them another way of doing things, of developing things. And as you said, watching the development of the new Rembrandt and seeing the technology there, knowing that it cost a lot of money, the investment to actually do that, but now with relatively cheap AI, generative AI, ChatGPT-derived things, we can create reasonably good artworks. I think that is a problem. I think the art world will try and use technology to try and deal with it itself. It will use the AI to try and identify that things aren't original. And AI has been used for a while to try and identify that artworks aren't original. You train the AI on the original works, you train the AI on well-known fakes as well, and then it can identify things and link it into other technology. But it will probably come down to the traditional idea of human experts using that AI as an assistant for them to make a decision. And the human experts have made many mistakes in the past and stand by their mistakes often, don't they? And just as we saw in the Nodler Gallery incident there as well. So I think
that seems to foster lively debate. In the Chinese artifacts market in particular, I was given sage advice by one of the very famous senior counsel and now a judge who has been collecting for the better part of his life. And the first thing he told me about these things is, Winnie, do not buy any artifacts. He says most of them are fakes. That seems to be something which I've taken to heart. Now, there's one more question. I think we still have a few minutes. Oh, we still have a few minutes. That's great. We have seen NFT market rising, and I can see that the NFT market can generate a lot of commercial interest. Now, but for dispute resolution, Monin, I would like to pose the question for you. Have you found that the recovery of assets upon a successful dispute resolution exercise has been a problem?
There is the legal way of recovery of assets, and there is the evidential route on the blockchain, which is very expensive. So there are certain tools that are elliptic chain analysis, where you feed in a wallet, then they generate where the flow of the currency. So with that, if it hits an exchange, we normally get an injunction. With the exchange, they have a legal team. They are pretty familiar with this now. Then we can freeze those assets. But if we get a string of wallet addresses without any real-life companies or persons attached to that, it becomes very difficult to trace.
Yes, I do hear that the trading in NFT, its particular characteristic is in its anonymity, right? And there are different ways of avoiding asset tracing and recovery. And one of them is actually one of the companies sells this kind of kind of digital device where once the money has been received, it becomes distributed in many buckets, and then it's impossible to actually trace them to recover what you have lost, even if it's adjudicated upon. Is that still a problem?
It is. There are two different asset classes. So if we talk about NFTs, they're usually non-fungible. Of course, there are fungible nodes and the Bitcoin ordinance. But let's stick with NFT, which is non-fungible. Then that hash code is unique. You can always trace it, but it's very difficult to locate who that person is or which jurisdiction.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that seems to continue to be a problem. And these are risks which the investor in NFT will still have to be aware of. And the sales proceeds are difficult to trace as well. So that is something which is really for a higher regulatory authority to try to deal with. And again, it is something which the lawyer's pay grade does not reach, I'm afraid. Now, Kenny, how do you think an IP registry system can foster the creative industry's interest? And particularly, we need investors to be interested. Because as I see it, investing in merchandises or trade in merchandises is a very expensive business. So what views do you have?
Well, I think the beauty of a registry system is gives certainty, because obviously that can help to identify subsistence and also ownership of the rights. And with that, that should facilitate enforcement and that should facilitate commercialization as well.
Right, that's right. Okay, thank you, Kenny. Warren, I'd like you to talk a little more about the trading in antiquities. Obviously, that market has a lot to do with mainland China as well, and a lot of artifacts have been sold from or exported from China for dealings around the world. Now, as I understand it, there is a recent amendment bill proposing to deal with the law on artifacts. Would you like to introduce to us what it purports to do and what the law has always been and what the new bill intends to do?
Yeah, thank you for the very updated question. This new, I think it's a draft as of this moment. It says that all trading entities in China who trade antiquities needs to be registered either as a company or as auction companies. So it essentially says that no individuals can trade, buy and sell antiquities. But individuals can still gift antiquities items. Also, they can get it through inheritance. So, but a lot of people are reacting quite vigorously about this. But actually, if you look back to what we already have, is not that big of a departure from what we already have. Registration of antiquity shops, 文物商店, they already exist for decades. And then auction companies, they all have to register for a very long time. So I have data from 2019, and at that point, there are about 600 registered auction companies, and the shops are less than that. So, and this is not just like a certificate type of thing. Being on this registry means you have to report all the transactions. So for auctions, for example, before each sale, you have to upload all the list of antiques to be auctioned, which can go up to thousands of antiques. And if you multiply that by 600, that's a huge amount of work for the authority. So with this new bill, how the market would react really depends on the implementation of it. Because as I just demonstrated with numbers, that's an impossible task, right? Even with the help of technology. So people are still on the sideline trying to see how the implementation would go. And then, but what's for sure is that in the short term, the trading activity would certainly decrease because people are waiting on the sideline. But it also has the potential of kind of discouraging people from bringing antiquities acquired abroad back because now there's less of a liquidation channel.
Well, with that potential, Hong Kong could find more of a flow of antiquities because Hong Kong still implements this the second system within China. And so let's hope that it develops that way. So with that, on that note, I would like you to give the panel a big applause. Thank you very much for sharing all the specialist knowledge with us, this is something very different from what I would be invited to do in a legal week. And thank you very much, DOJ, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for the great discussion and cases. May I invite our panelists, please remain on stage and step forward for our group picture. Thank you. All right, let's get ready. Thank you very much, and please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the morning session of the Rule of Law for the Future conference. Thank you to all our excellent speakers and moderators, and to our participants here and those watching the live broadcast. Thank you for attending the morning session. Please take a moment to complete the evaluation form by scanning the QR code on the screen before you leave the hall. Please be reminded to return to your headset and take your personal belongings with you. For CPD points of the Law Society of Hong Kong in-person participants, please be reminded to check out at the registration desk for record purpose. The after session will resume at 2:15 to 15 p.m. Please be seated 5 minutes before the beginning of the afternoon session. The afternoon session includes the National Security Chat Room, You Ask, I Answer program featuring the Secretary for Justice. Please take a moment to submit your questions by scanning the QR code on the screen later. And thank you very much, and see you again soon. Thank you.